All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and welcome to day 3 of the Human Rights Commission's inquiry into service delivery in the Northern Cape province. We've decided to have the inquiry in the Northern Cape over a two-week period. This was the first week. The second leg will take place from the 21st of October in Uppington. And the reason for this approach is because of the distances that municipal managers have to travel to attend the inquiry. Now, we've received a number of submissions from several stakeholders, both state and non-state actors, and we have given complainants the opportunity to present to the Commission as well. Today we will be we've requested provincial and national governments, as well as Chapter 9 institutions, the Office of the Public Protector in the Northern Cape, as well as the Auditor General, to address the Commission on the challenges that they've observed in the Northern Cape province. I've seen on the program that the provincial chairperson of SAHRC will also address the Commission. Now, we know that the situation within the sphere of local government is not good at all. The reports of the Auditor General painted a gloomy picture, with only 2 of 31 municipalities in the Northern Cape province attaining a clean audit in the 23-24 financial year. We have a lot of questions to put to the Auditor General today, because municipalities feel that having had qualified opinions for the last few decades still means that they've improved, and we would like the Auditor General to address us on those views of some of the municipalities. Now, we have listened, and we've listened to the testimonies of municipalities within the area of jurisdiction of the Dr. Pixley Kaseme District Municipality, as well as the Francis Bard District Municipality, because some municipal managers felt that it was not important to appear before the Commission and they rather send junior staff members to do so. We will subpoena those municipal managers, and they will appear before the Commission in Uppington during the week of the 21st of October, as I've already explained. Now, what we've observed in the Northern Cape province, and having listened to the testimonies of complainants, we have realized that residents have been subjected to living without water in this province. If water is there, it is of poor quality. Roads have become treacherous due to huge potholes. Residents are drowning in sewage, especially in this city where you live. As representatives from COCTA, the Auditor General, the Public Protector, this city where you live, people are drowning in sewage. We've received testimony, we've received photos, videos. It's just terrible. And you know what? This municipality doesn't have a plan to address the sewage spillages in the city. And our recommendation will specifically deal with that. It's high time that this city should be declared a state of disaster, and we will recommend accordingly. We've heard of broken promises, dreams shattered, and human rights infringed. We've heard of the gendered impact of the lack of basic services. Women, children, persons with disabilities and older persons bear the most brunt when access to basic services are non-existent. Despite having a constitutional duty to adhere to sections 152 and 153 of the Constitution, which mandates municipalities to, amongst others, promote social and economic development of communities, municipalities are failing in that regard. Can we close that door, please? Can we close the door, please? In their testimonies, municipalities that have appeared since Tuesday have highlighted various challenges that we are familiar with. Aging infrastructure and inadequate setting aside of funds for operations and maintenance, vandalism and theft of infrastructure, dysfunctional wastewater treatment works with resultant effects of pollution of water resources, high levels of water losses and non-revenue water, grant dependence, low collection of revenue in contravention of Section 96 of the Municipal Systems Act, serious backlogs on roads maintenance, and challenges of attracting skilled personnel due to the grading of the municipalities. And this is a very serious concern. We've listened to testimonies of staff members of municipalities who are not skilled. It is concerning that despite having a constitutional duty to encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations in their affairs, some municipalities are failing to engage representatives of community forums. You know, correspondence, complaints that ordinary people send to municipalities are simply being ignored. And we would like to ask, when Coxta presents, we've heard testimony of complaints. It will form part of our record and our report. Complaints that members of Parliament have written to Coxta have simply been ignored, have not been responded to, and I would like the department to respond to that as well. All right, as indicated, today the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, as well as the Department of Water and Sanitation, will present to the Commission, as well as our sister Chapter 9 institutions, the Auditor General, the Public Protector, and as already indicated, SAHRC will also make a presentation to the Commission. So to all of you, welcome. We look forward to your presentations. Your presentations will really assist us going forward when we put questions during the second week of the inquiry, which will be held in Uppington. The testimonies that we received yesterday painted a gloomy picture in the Northern Cape Province. Painted a gloomy picture in the Northern Cape Office, and municipal managers themselves acknowledged that there are human rights violations in this province. They acknowledged it, admitted, we are guilty. Human rights violations in this province. It's very serious. It is very, very serious. And I can assure everyone that that report is not going to gather dust, just like the one in the Free State Province, where I also presided as the chairperson of that inquiry. That report has been everywhere. It even found its way into a court judgment. And the same will happen in the Northern Cape. I will not rest. I will not rest until the National Council of Provinces visits the Northern Cape Province And I'm given the opportunity to present, and mayors and municipal managers are also invited to present to committees of the legislature, committees of the NCOP, and committees of the National Assembly. We simply cannot continue like this. Cannot continue like this. On that note, we're going to start with our first presentation. And according to the agenda, just before I do that, allow me just to introduce, for your purposes, the panelists. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. And next to me is Commissioner Nomahlubi Kwinana, also a commissioner with the Human Rights Commission. Next to me is our senior legal officer in the Northern Cape Provincial Officer, Mr. Anthony Weingart, and we are supported by our legal officers, our academia, staff members, and my advisor, Mr. Mugodi. I don't see you now. Oh, there you are. Everyone, to all of you, welcome to the third day of the first week of the inquiry in the Northern Cape. Right. According to the program, the first presentation will be the HOD for Coxta. May I request the HOD just to take his or her seat over there. Thank you. Right, good morning to the HOD and all the senior managers of the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs. I'm going to hand over to Commissioner Kwinana to deal with the formalities.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I have the first person then stand to take the oath? Or the affirmation, of course. Your full names, please. Your age? Is it the oath or the affirmation?
It's the affirmation.
Do you have any objection in taking the affirmation?
No, I don't.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you then solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that is so, please say, I do.
I do.
Raise your right hand and say, I do.
I do.
Thank you so much. Is it the oath or the affirmation? Good morning. Your full names, please.
Fabian Jonathan Bowman, Office Manager at the Department of Cox.
Thank you. Your age?
I'm 45 now.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No, ma'am.
Do you regard the oath to be binding on your conscience? Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say so.
I do, so help me God.
Thank you so much. Your full names, please.
Tessa Hazel Alexander.
Yeah, you can use it. It's for our streaming.
Okay.
It won't give you any feedback.
Okay.
Your age?
49.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you have any objection in taking the affirmation?
No.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you then solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, raise your right hand and say, I do.
I do.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Your full names, please.
Bafedile Shadrach Lenkwe,
Your age,
58.
oath or affirmation.
Oath.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
I don't have.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, it will
If
be.
that is so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. All sworn in, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana. HOD, good morning. Good morning to you and your team. HOD, the purpose of the invitation for you to appear before the Commission is basically to brief us on the state of local government in your province. We would like you to provide us with the department's assessment on the state of local government. Our observations yesterday were absolutely shocking. Firstly, the quality of presentations we received from senior managers in municipalities was below par. It was actually an embarrassment. We have observed that with regards to financial management, there has been little or no improvement whatsoever. Municipal managers are extremely proud of them achieving qualified audit opinions, extremely proud of their qualified audit opinions. And we would really like to hear from the department how you view this, the state of local government in the province. But we would also, I know that having been to other provinces and meeting with MECs and HODs in other provinces, that interventions do take place on a regular basis. Support and financial support does occur. And I don't think municipalities can really operate effectively and efficiently without financial support from yourselves, from the Department of Water and Sanitation, and others. So we would also like to understand the level of support and interventions that have taken place, that have been initiated by your department. If you can then just brief us. I see on the agenda that we've allowed you 30 minutes for the presentation, but if you could, we've also received some documentation that we've gone through. If you could limit it to 20 minutes so that we can ask you more questions, I would really appreciate that. Over to you, HOD.
No, thanks, Ndate Boshoff, Mima Quinana, Mr. Weinhardt, together with the colleagues at large. Good morning. Let me convey my greetings to the protocol that has been established. As indicated, I'm Bafedile Shadrach Lenkwe, the accounting officer for Coxstar. I'll try to summarize because the document is very much voluminous, and I'm sure the honorable members did have an eye on it. You did scan through. So I'll just touch here and there in terms of the challenges. Let me put it up front that now, as the provincial administration under the stewardship of Dr. Sol, under the 7th administration, there's a concerted effort taken to make sure that now we make these municipalities work. If you look in terms of the theme that the 7th administration adopted, of which Ndate Boshoff was there during the local government in Dawa summit that was held last week, Thursday and Friday at Galaga. I participated also as a panelist on Friday, whereby it is clear that now, with the limited resources at our disposal as the Northern Cape, we are trying our level best to make this thing work. That is why the theme is that all municipalities must work. But there's a link also with the 6th administration. You look what the theme said in the past, in the 6th administration, it said, local government is everybody's business. Hence, we must make these municipalities work. Because all of us, as we're seated here, we woke up from a particular ward, from a particular street, guided by a ward councillor who's supposed to be the eyes and ears of the council. Through his ward committees, he must make sure that now there's effectiveness in terms of making sure that now all those service delivery issues are being raised within the ward committee structures. Yes, here and there ward committees are not effective because now they are entertaining other issues that are outside. Some of the councillors, they are not even convening those ward committees, I mean the ward council meetings as regulated in terms of the Structures Act and Systems Act. So we are trying our level best to make sure that now we get the IGR structures effective. To a certain extent, some of the sector departments from national, they are not even participating. As you have said, they will rather send junior staff to go and represent them, which is a concern. It has also been raised within the PIGF, the Premiers Intergovernmental Forum, through the structures from the district, the IGRs, to make sure that now we make inputs and make sure that now we come together as a team. But the outcomes of the pie chart based on the AG, Charles will be speaking to that. We are not happy. We are expecting the pie chart to be green. You compare yourselves, I think, comparing ourselves with other provinces at the municipal space, we are not good. Provincially, as departments, we are in the third position after Western Cape and Gauteng in terms of the audit outcomes. So the audit outcomes that we are getting, as you are saying that now some are happy, qualified audit opinion, disclaimer, even if I submit the AFS end of August, the outcomes will still be the same. But Aristotle once said that now, I mean, was it Albert Einstein? I think it's Albert Einstein, where he said that now, it's insanity to continue doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. That is why we are saying that now, as municipal managers, as the council is the seat of decision. If you look in terms of the constitution, you look at the constitution, speaks about the president, the cabinet, the premier, the cabinet. The council is important, not the mayor. Because decisions are taken there, the mayor must see to that now that those resolutions are taken forward. In some instances, we do have coalition municipalities. If my arithmetic is correct, we've got 10. That's where you find that now this kind of challenges in terms of the coalitions framework that is under discussion, the bill itself. So we need to ensure that now the coalitions also, there are no set of rules for coalitions-led municipalities or the normally, regulated municipalities in terms of this Systems Act. But we need to make sure that now each and every councillor, when you wear a hat, is not a head of a political party. You are part of the council. Service delivery speaks to all of us. Service delivery doesn't talk about the political party. It speaks about the impact that is having in terms of the human rights. Yes, human rights issues are crucial, but here and there, indeed, municipalities are struggling. Post-COVID-19, 2019, there has been a challenge in terms of the cash flow. The revenue dropped drastically. If my memory serves me well, we are speaking about close to 2 billion rand to 2.8 billion. The retrenchments have had an effect on that. Ultimately, we ended up now municipalities having a financial distress. Some municipalities, close to 18 of them, entered the financial year without funded budgets, which is wrong, as you have indicated, to say that now, which means that now they must still go and collect. So if we don't have revenue, then it's a challenge. How are we going to make sure that now services are being rendered? We cannot have grant-dependent municipalities. You can't. But we end up now making ends meet. They are not collecting. The very same councillors that are supposed to be assisting the municipalities in terms of revenue collection, they are the people that are also indebted. So it's a non-compliance in terms of the code of councillors, even the employees. What we are saying as the provincial administration, they must lead by example. You cannot now put MEC under pressure for your increases in terms of the upper limits to be corrected, but then you end up not paying. I was once an acting also in Namakoi and also in Pukwa, and what I did, I put pressure. I went there, disconnected. We said, let's start with the councillors. We also came to the workers so that we can lead. But also there are businesses that are supposed to making sure that now there is a revenue collection. It's their responsibility. So go there and disconnect. The government debt also, as the minister said, that is one of the pressures that make municipalities not to perform. Because without revenue stream that is there to assist consistently, your collection, your billing rates also are correct. So the point is that now service delivery is affected because now in terms of the budgetary processes, IDP process and all that, municipalities don't make provision for maintenance. There's no budget for maintenance. So you can commission a project now, water treatment plant that is powerful, the best technology that you can put in place. But if you cannot maintain that, it's a challenge. Second one is that now projects that talk to service delivery, water treatment plant, the connection, sanitation, the renewal and all that, you'll find that now municipalities have to offer what is known as counterfunding. Here is what DWS is looking for. The project cost is so much. The regional bulk infrastructure approves. But imagine a municipality like Case Municipality here in Groblershoop. All the households in Groblershoop, as an example, they are under ESCOM. Some municipalities use electricity disconnection as a lever to generate revenue. Now you can imagine the poor case where ESCOM is dominating. That is why we said there's a reform that is needed as far as ESCOM is concerned. Because these are their clients, but municipalities are not able to get access to what is being owed to them in terms of the waste removal and other service delivery issues that are related. So we are also making a request also to say there's a need for ESCOM to have that kind of approach in terms of making sure that they do assist municipalities where they've got the presence. Then they must make sure that now they assist municipalities with the collection also. But I know that they are willing to assist where there's a need, even in terms of the billing. They are prepared to bring their finance teams to come in and assist municipalities. The other challenge that is facing with the Northern Cape is that now, as far as municipalities are concerned, is the equitable share formula. The fiscal framework, there's a need for its total reviewal. We met on Wednesday, a day before the local government summit. We met at the FSCA offices, where now we were workshopping around this thing of the fiscal framework. It's very much expensive to render a service in the Northern Cape in terms of proximity. Very much expensive. Before a contractor can start to build a house, the contractor must transport material. Most of the quantum price of that particular person that has been appointed will go into the transportation of material. That is why now from time to time we have been asked, why does a house cost 240,000 in the Northern Cape to build? It's because of the other contingent liabilities that we carry. We don't know that now. If you dig a hole, the geotech report will give you a report to say, yes, this is the tax and all that. But the minute you start drilling, there's a hard rock. The only place where you can build a house without a geotech report is Katu, is Hamagara. But the rest of the province is water tables that are high, hard rock, other things that the geotech report couldn't pick up. So the way the funding stream is being conducted or given to the provinces that are non-metro based, for me, it's a debate that I've been saying all the time, honorable members. That now you've got metro-based provinces. You take Gauteng, you take Johannesburg, you take Ekurhuleni, you take Pretoria. These three metros, they can even fund the provincial administration of Gauteng. You talk about 80 billion. You look at Cape Town's close to 60 billion rand budgets. Because Pretoria, as an example, all the government departments are there, head offices and all that, high commissioners, they are there. It's guaranteed revenue that they can collect. But now you go to case. Go to case there and check on how you can collect. The town becomes active if it's the second or the first of a month. People moving around SAHRC, the next day the money is finished. So the cash doesn't flow within the area. That is why we are saying that the equitable share per capita cost doesn't help the province like the Northern Cape. West part is not a metro. There's no metro. We've got an intermediary city called Soplaiki with its own challenges also. So there is a need for that framework to be reviewed. We are pushing very hard, and there is a commitment from the minister, because I was part of that workshop, where there's an agreement to say, indeed, Northern Cape, there has to be a special dispensation. Taking it backward, just for you to give you the historical background of where we are coming from as the Northern Cape. 1994, post-1994, the first building that the Northern Cape had to build was the legislature. Other provinces benefited from the TBVC states. They never built, legislatures. They never had to build places where the MPs are going to be residing. Putachwana here, they had all the facilities. Northern Cape, instead of starting on the same starting block for that 100 meters, Northern Cape had to start 10 yards back because they had to catch up. They had to catch up. Already you can imagine in terms of the budgetary processes that has been underfunded and all that, we've got a challenge. I'm heading the human settlement, the allocation for the human settlement for this financial year is 330 million. I must service the NHPRC, I must service the geoscience, I must register those projects, I must pay consultants, I must pay the contractors out of 330 million. In Gauteng is one project. In Western Cape, the big four animals, it's a single project where you can build 90,000 houses. The housing backlog stand is 94,000. What are you going to do with 330, whereas you have said that now you are going to build 2,500 houses? It's a dent. It's a drop in an ocean. That is why we are calling, even if our baseline was correct, there was no need for us to have gone to the TBSA. Take us at least to where 900,000 is, 100 million is, so that we are able to compete. Still, you are talking about human rights. You go to some of the areas where Weingaard has been. There are houses that have been built in poor state. We had to rectify. That rectification of that particular RDP or BNG house, I had to reserve 10% of the 330. There's no additional cost. On that, there are additional ministerial mandates that we have to carry. Asbestos removal. As you are saying that now it affects human rights. Correct. Health-wise, it's a human right issue. Asbestosis. You look at the mud houses. It is not human. So, but we are standing at the housing backlog of 20,000 mud houses that must be replaced. Is there a budget, Mr. Linkwe? It's zero. But every time you get into a meeting, you must talk to, as if we are equals, we are from the same mother. I said, no, the Northern Cape is a stepchild. It's a stepchild because for us to address the human rights issues, it has to be backed up with the resources. That is why I'm saying that the per capita cost is not helping us. The framework must be reviewed to make sure that now we are able to speak. And the same provinces, the same metros, they are underspending. Last year, 1.5 billion rand had to go back, whereas we have asked for a lousy 500 million. Help us with 500 million so that we can cover all of our projects. That is why there is a housing backlog that Mr. Weingaard is complaining about. Foundations were built then after 1994. Still people are having those challenges. So we have to cut this trouser according to our available material. Limited resources at our disposal. But this doesn't even only speak to Coxstar. It cuts across all the departments. The baseline of the Northern Cape has to be reviewed, including the municipalities. The equitable share formula has to be reviewed to accommodate the municipalities. The 90-10 principle does not work, specifically in the Northern Cape. Because access to material, as an example, for us to build houses, you have to go to Bloem, Kimberley, or Worcester. We don't have access to material. But you get into a meeting, we are all treated like all of us are the same. Yes, DWS is there. They will give their case in terms of sanitation and all that. We are trying our level best. We are servicing sites to improve the conditions of living, but it goes also at the cost because the demand is high, and we are trying our level best to make sure that now we deliver accordingly. So, but also you'll find that now there's a direct correlation with the filling of vacancies in municipalities. I mean, I'm a former school teacher. I taught biology at school. You cannot appoint me to go and be a technical director. I'm going to draw a leg of a locust there instead of making sure that now I build a bridge based on the specs. So you need to make sure that now you appoint people with the requisite skills at the municipal level. But the attraction of those skills is a problem. Because people apply to the Northern Cape, use Northern Cape as a springboard. After getting the letter of appointment, they go back to the employer in Gauteng, in Western Cape, to say, I'm leaving. It's a counter. The person doesn't come. We have to re-advertise the post again. So that's the challenge. That is why we told the municipalities to say that now, let there be a recruitment selection and a retention policy that you develop. But in-house, in terms of the recognition of prior learning, as you have said, people have got experience, but they don't have the academic qualifications. We need to go the route of recognition of prior learning to assist all these people there. But we are working closely. There is what is known as the operation team audit led by the DG. We've got SAHRC there, we've got Provincial Treasury and us going there as a team to make sure that now we are trying our little best. So that's why we have said, Charles will put it there to say, those municipalities that are qualified, there is a chance that they can graduate and move and migrate towards what is known as an unqualified work matters. So there is a low-hanging fruit that is there. Ours is to make sure that now we guide them and we work closely with them by monitoring this audit action plan regularly. So in terms of water and access and in terms of the migrant, yes, we do have those perennial people in the municipalities. Migrant is there that is not being properly used. 50% of that can be used for sanitation. But because why there is no procurement and demand plan, that's a challenge. Because you need to have a demand plan and procurement plan that you can monitor regularly to ensure that now you are able to procure those projects. So migrant, only thing is good is that now money doesn't leave the province. It will be taken to a municipality that is performing. But what about that community in Jomorolong that was supposed to have received those services because of poor designing, poor planning, lack of procurement plans? Municipalities end up now losing the money. And you lose the money, it affects your future allocations also. Because you cannot ask for 10 rand, you spend 50 rand. Then the 250 has been taken, but then you are getting 2 rand, still you don't spend. So there's that challenge. But we are trying our best.
Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Yeah, so we are trying our level best in terms of the municipal space. We've got the Minimax, where MEC meets with the trackers to get progress reports, making sure that now we are all on the same page. But we are trying our level best. As I've said, we need to make sure that municipalities work, but to address the human rights, I know that now there are penalties that DWSL will be speaking to in terms of water pollutions and all that. But in short, from the provincial administration, yes, we do acknowledge that now there are human rights infringements that the communities are experiencing at large within the province. But municipalities are trying their level best with the limited resources, lack of cash and all that revenue. But we're trying level best. I'm hoping I've tried to cover this whole report here based on what I've just said. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Linkwe, and thank you for the passionate presentation. Let me just indicate that the Commission is not oblivious to the challenges that HODs also face. I have regular meetings with your colleagues in other provinces. I've also in another capacity, previous capacity, had oversight over the public service. And I met with HODs on a regular basis. I'm more than familiar with the challenges that HODs and departments at provincial level also face. The reality, however, is you have a document, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, that clearly spells out the responsibilities of local government. And what goes hand in hand with the responsibilities of local government is the Bill of Rights. And that is the purpose of this engagement. We are not here to point fingers at the department and say, Mr. Linkwe, you have not done what you're supposed to do. We are here to identify the human rights violations in this province. We have identified, and you have confirmed, that there are human rights violations in the province. We have identified a number of other challenges in the province, especially with regards to capacity levels. We have even observed, you are saying municipalities are trying their level best, but I cannot see the level best part if a municipality procures 10 Mahindra bakkies and then also procures the services of service providers to provide water tankering amounting to 600,000 rand a month. Where is they are trying their level best part when you have incidents like those occurring in the province. What I would like to ask the department, you have not really addressed the support that you are providing to the municipalities, if you can speak to that. And then also, we received testimony yesterday from a member of parliament that complaints get referred to your department and you don't respond to it. I would like you just for a start, just to refer to the support part. I know you are. Yeah. Your colleagues are in other provinces. What kind of support are you providing to municipalities? I just want a comprehensive report, and then also address us on the other matter, the correspondence part, before we put more questions to you.
Is it fine?
Just speak up.
All right. Thanks, Chairperson. And let me apologize because I try to cover my function as a department. I'm dealing with human settlement, I'm dealing with traditional leaders, I'm dealing with local government. So I've tried to touch here, and even if the traditional leaders, I didn't go into that. But there are human rights also there within the traditional community. With correspondence, Chairperson, the correspondence from the provincial legislature and national, we do act. I don't know which particular correspondence that we didn't respond to, because every time you get into a portfolio committee, then they will raise that, but we were able to produce evidence to say, but this is what we have said. So within the legislature itself, you'll find that now there is also that means communication. Then the other one will say, no, but I'm the researcher here. I did receive it, and then other one will say, no, but there was a miscommunication and all that. But the point is that now we are trying, because that's why we have said anything from political principles, let them go through our MEC, so that the center can be able to hold. But the minute now you send to me now directly as a politician, send it to me as a HOD, it makes me a bit difficult, because now I'm an administrator. I cannot talk to political issues. Hence we have said the system that we can put in place is for you now. Reroute all the correspondence through the office of the speaker. Let it go through the speaker's office to the MEC. MEC then can refer to us. So that is what we have put in place. Even our spokesperson is here, he can attest to say that now what have we put in place, but most of the correspondence, all or if not all, we have responded. If there's anything that we must just give us a note to say that now, can you please look into this? Yeah. But in terms of capacity building, we have provided enough training to the councillors. MPEX, my team is involved together with SAHRC, together with the treasury. Secondments, we are seconding because you find that like case, they don't have enough, cash. We have even seconded an MM. We have seconded technical teams to go and assist. We got MISA. That is the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency, to go and assist in terms of the making sure that, for example, in terms of Schedule B of the PFMA, they are able to spend that grant instead of returning it to the fiscus. We have given support through the valuation roles. We are assisting them with the appointments to make sure that now the SDFs are done. We've got the panel of SDF. Title deeds, the whole province, we have taken over that particular function. We've got conveyancing companies that are there to assist them in the municipalities. So we are pushing them through the MM to make sure that now the clearance certificate are being processed, because that's where sometimes the hold up is in terms of making sure that now clearance, which is cash, because you've got the clearance certificate for a title deed. It means that now it's cash that is available for you as a municipality. So we are making sure that now in terms of the LED also, the rollout of the DDM regulations also, to give them necessary support that local government is everybody's business. We need to work together. So there's a lot of support that we are giving. The main challenge, it will be on the fiscal part, where now obviously now we don't have enough as a department also. I don't have enough. We are under cost containment due to the budget cuts, National Treasury cutting the grants. It affects service delivery because the number of output now, throughput will not be the same as the output based on the cash revenue that is available. And then we find that at provincial level now, Dr. Gazela, my colleague HOD, also will put up also cost containment, culture, goods and services and all that. So we are trying our level best to make sure that now we are able to assist the the municipalities. The other one that Chairperson spoke about, is the support and the correspondence. Even in terms of the disaster management, we are there. We've got a provincial manager, we've got a framework in terms of disaster, districts working closely with us, making sure that now we report through the National Disaster Management Center to make sure that now if there are disaster incidents, then from there we are able to act immediately. Other departments cutting across each and every department, because there is no department that has got no function as far as municipalities in terms of section 154 of the Constitution. So we are always making sure that now through the DDM, departments must make sure that now they are there to assist the municipalities. The only disadvantage that we are having as a province is that now it's our financial backup, provincially and also at a departmental level, affecting the municipal space. But we are trying, unless you just want to give the colleagues an opportunity where I have been covered.
Sure, no problem.
Specifically around the financial support, it's very important that we, when when we table that report, that we also refer to the good work that the department is also doing with regards to financial support. We would like to have a balanced report and not only reflect all the bad things that are happening. And there's a lot of bad things happening in this province.
Thank you, Commissioner. Maybe from my side, not much about financial support, as I'm more on infrastructure, which ultimately will need the financial support. So as HOD has indicated, we have been providing support to municipalities in many ways. However, as indicated, the financial structures and allocation to municipality will necessitate municipalities to counterfund most of the capital projects. Let's say, for an example, if the municipality is providing a bulk infrastructure within an economical area or within the households that are able to pay, a municipality is expected to be able to get revenue from those households and supplement the indigent components of the households that are benefiting from a project. So it becomes a challenge there, because when you, for an example, start a new project, you haven't provided a service, and therefore you are expected to counterfund for a service that you haven't provided as yet. So what we're trying to do is that can we allow municipalities to rather build a new infrastructure covering the total cost? That is for municipal infrastructure grant. However, when it's a refurbishment or any other except new, then the municipality will have to demonstrate that they have done everything in their power to collect revenue. However, they cannot do that. Hence, we are also trying to monitor the indigent registers and the policies, and it's still a challenge also, because the backyard dwellers and all that forms part of the consumption. And in many cases, the household owners, they don't report this or they don't register these households as indigent, which then affects the municipality's revenue and service delivery or provision, like your O&M. O&M is mainly dependent on revenue collection. And the last one is the affording households staying in affluent areas. I mean, non-affording households staying in affluent areas, therefore cannot pay, let's say, property rates. And then some municipalities doesn't have mechanisms to actually write off those debts, because they are staying, for an example, in Hillcrest. However, this person has lost a job in the previous years and owned that house and has paid that house fully. So do we expect an individual to move from the house that you owe to a township or a village, mainly because you cannot afford a property rate of such in that area? So it becomes a problem because when the municipality do their budgeting, I guess some of them, they include that debt that they expect to get from that household. However, they cannot get it because this household is an indigent staying in an affluent areas. So it's some of the issues that contributes to our challenges in terms of revenue or supplementary capital for project. Most of our areas or Northern Cape, we don't have a high rate of backlogs. However, as indicated, the issue of operations and maintenance becomes a challenge.
Yeah.
However, DWS will address some of
Thank
the
you.
issues. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. What is important for us, we've gone through the presentation, HOD, and we have seen the numbers with regards to the MIG allocations and so on. The actual financial support that has been provided to the municipalities in the province, let's say the previous financial year or so. If you don't have the information today, may I request that you just provide it to us? I think that is important for this purpose, and that is actually the information that I wanted from yourselves. Last question from me is, in the media this morning there was a news report on an acting municipal manager of a municipality in this province that was recently appointed, who admitted to fraud charges and repaid an amount of around 780,000 rand. How does the department deal with those issues where municipal officials who committed criminal offences get recycled and reappointed? How do you deal with those situations in the province?
Okay. Thank you, Commission. We are working according to the regulations on appointment of senior managers, conditions of senior managers. The regulations also outline any misconduct or irregularities. We are going as far as having periods where senior managers are not supposed to be in the local government sector if he or she is found guilty in any misconduct or irregularities. So, pertaining to the case that you have mentioned, the council is going to sit around it, but as Cogstar, we have done our homework when it surfaced in the media. Because this happened between 2011 and 2013, there is a period of, if the person was found guilty of any irregularities, you have 10 years that you should not be in the local government environment. So when we look at it, the 10 years has already passed. So it does not mean that the person should not come back to the sector. Rehabilitation already happened for him or she not to be in the sector. So that is not really affecting the individual itself. It won't affect the municipality. And over and above that, from the previous employer of this specific individual, she was not dismissed for that. She admitted guilt and the money was recovered, so we cannot penalize her because the 10 years has already passed. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
But also,
yes.
Chairperson, in that regard, is that the person is an employee of provincial government. She's not working she's just been seconded.
Oh.
So we were asked, Solplaiki requested support in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution, because the post is not vacant. The post is still filled up until the decision is taken about the future of the current suspended suspended MM. So she's working for Provincial Treasury. So we just happened to identify someone through the processes, and then from the she was requested to go and assist. But the council is busy with that.
Noted. I think you need to send more people to Solplaiki
All right.
to support them. The level of capacity is below par For a city, for a capital city of a province, it is ridiculous. Let me allow Mr. Weingart to come in.
Thank you, HOD and your team. I will have maybe 3 or 4 questions dealing with human settlements, corporate governance, and so forth. So, in our investigations throughout the province, we found that the amount of informal settlements within municipalities are growing. And this is creating the violations within municipalities, because then municipalities are tasked to provide services. And the testimonies that we've heard is that that is where municipalities become unstuck, because they need now from revenue provide those services. So in terms of planning, what is the province doing to curb and limit the growth of informal settlements and also to eradicate them? Because we found that in a municipality like David Kruiper, you have 5,000 buckets still in circulation because of the growth of the population there. So that is the one question. Then the other question is, at what stage, in terms of your constitutional obligation, in terms of Section 139, oversight and intervention? So what we've learned is that a lot of municipalities, unfunded budgets, and that is the main reason why they cannot deliver services. Now, the reading of Section 139 is that then there's a compulsory intervention. What is the nature, in terms of your experience over the past years, of intervention in those municipalities? And then maybe on the issue of corporate governance, the remedy for complainants, where there's allegations of councillors not relinquishing their previous employment and continue with that employment and also holding the position of councillors. I will stop.
Can someone respond to those questions, please?
Okay, pertaining to compulsory interventions, we have different interventions that are prescribed in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Firstly, we need to look at the discretionary intervention. And a discretionary intervention is where provincial governments are coming together to give support to a particular municipality in need. And then if the discretionary does not work, we will have to go to the compulsory intervention. And that is where National Treasury would take ownership over it, to say, okay, this is the particular support that we are going to provide to this municipality, and this is perhaps maybe possible finance that we can make available. But if we look at Section 139 in terms of the Constitution, where we are going to dissolve and really intervene, the perception amongst the community as well as councillors is that National Treasury will release a bucket of money and then we will reconfigure ourselves to be able to be a better municipality at the end of the day. But this is not a true reflection. It is not supposed to be like that, and it's not happening even like that. Because in the event of Section 139, it's just that we are going to augment on the skills that are not there. We are going to send people with skills to go and provide support to the municipality, to give guidance. We will come out with the financial recovery plan out of the municipality that would action to say, this is the following things we are going to do to turn the situation around. And in some instances, not most, you'll find that it is impossible because of financial constraints. Because if a municipality is not financially viable and the situation is dire from a community side where you cannot enforce credit control, obviously it will not change the situation on top. You will be able to put in control measures to turn the administrative operational in the municipality from a disclaimer to an unqualified with no matters. But it doesn't necessarily mean you provide services that are equal to everybody, services that are qualitative, because everything related to that needs money. So in a Section 139, really when you implement it, Section 139, according to the Constitution, you would need funds also to see that you turn the situation 100% around. Pertaining to, and it also contributes, to the unfunded budget. If you have an unfunded budget, it's almost like a wish list. Out of it, I can only do 30%. And the rest, it's what I thought I can if there's money arriving at the municipality. In the event that there isn't, it means that I'm going to stay stagnant with the 30%. So we always encourage municipalities to say that, be realistic. If you do your budget, work with what you have, not what you think you are going to receive.
Thanks. Just to add on what Tessa said, Section 139, there is a lot of expectation from the communities, from the pressure groups, concerned groups, that now every time you speak about problems in municipality, dissolution. Dissolution is not the only option, because it comes at a cost. For example, at Pokwane, we dissolved the council through the NCOP, and then for other structures successfully, and then from there, it came to an amount of 8 to 9 million rands, because it's accommodation for that guy, the salary and all the other benefits. But indirectly, there is a benefit, because why you'll find that now, instead of paying the councillors money now, there are some savings. The very same administrator, when he left, he made sure that now there is a list fleet that has been improved, a cherry picker, what do you call it? There's one of the waste, what do you call it? The compactor and all. So there was a list, honeysucker, so there was a list, visible things that you could see. But it comes at a cost. And it's not the only option. That is why now Section 139, you go down with it. There are those financial recovery plans. But the main challenge in some municipalities where there are voluntary FRPs is the bloated structure. The municipality now ends up now being a recruitment agency instead of being a service delivery organization. Now they have to pay this, and then it's also now labor relations issues that are also impacting on that to get rid of those guys, because that's the only solution. So that now follow the processes to make sure that now those ones that were not properly appointed, because now they just come in and then be been appointed without following the necessary processes. But it is expensive, Chairperson. The other one is the human settlement, when Dr. Weinhardt asked Chairperson that now we are pumping a lot of money. We are pumping a lot of money from the human settlement. We will give you that breakdown in terms of making sure that now we improve the living conditions in terms of the informal settlement upgrade program. But land disposal, it is not responsibility of Coxstar. Constitutionally, the land disposal remains the responsibility of the municipality. So that is why now they have to come in with the informal settlement policy to avoid land invasion, making sure that now there are proper processes. We depend on their input also, that through a business plan that they can submit to make sure that now the metrics that is supposed to be ticked off, there are 5 areas. Is there bulk? Is there sanitation? Is there just electricity and all that? Then when we meet those requirements, and then from there we can put them in our business plan for the outer year. But disposal, management of those informal settlement, it remains the responsibility of the municipality, because the beneficiaries belong in a particular ward. So ours is to come in as a developer. Coxstar comes in as a developer. So we'll give you a total breakdown. For example, there is a 1 billion rand project that you have seen in the media in terms of the housing and all that. We are trying our level best. It's 2,500 that will be delivered or be yielded in due course, compared to 90,000 units that must be delivered. We don't have enough. That's why I'm going back. Every time I went back to the equitable share formula in terms of the grant allocation. Per capita cost, we are disadvantaged. What is this now? For example, let me just give you a classical example. The informal settlement upgrade program this year is 54 million allocation. Next year it's 18 million. I must serve sites throughout those informal settlements within. But me grant is permitting the in Double Creeper. There was what is known as the PEP, if you remember well, Bucket Eradication Program. That program ceased. The only program that is left now is the one in Rigwastad, or Campbell here. Then from there, people must go back and make sure that now they utilize the MIC grant to make sure that now they assist, they deal with the improvement in terms of living conditions, to eradicate those buckets that they've heard. So for me, I think we have tried our best to respond to those questions that has been raised to us.
Perfect.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
You did well. Thank you. Thank you, HOD. I think I was in another province with a subpoena hearing at a specific municipality, and the commission was also considering the option to recommend the dissolution of that council. And we only do that when we view a municipality as absolutely dysfunctional. Now, in your province, you cannot, in our view, absolutely absolve municipal councils from wrongdoing. Accounting officers come here to account and we give them a hard time. They go to your office, HOD, you give them a hard time. But councils, municipal councils, the approval of a municipal budget is a reserved power. A municipal council approves a budget where water tankers are procured, or water tankering is procured. Service providers are appointed. They just transport the purified water of a municipality, and the municipality pays them, a small town in the Northern Cape, pays them 600,000 rand a month to do that. And a municipal council approves a budget for that purpose, despite the fact that the municipality has a water tanker and that they can provide that service to the community. And it's in those cases that we feel, let's just recommend the dissolution of a municipal council. Honestly, we cannot continue. And I'm grateful that Salga will also, the councillor from Salga will also present today. Because councillors also need to be held accountable. They are not innocent in these affairs. They are not. And although dissolution is the absolute last option also in the subsections in the Constitution, and we've seen with Neisner that the NCOP was not receptive to a recommendation that was made by an MEC, and I'm sure that the one we made in another province will also not be accepted. But councillors, in my view, also needs to be held accountable, and I hope they are watching, and I've been very vocal on that over the last 2 days. Commissioner Kwinana, you're welcome to come in.
Thank you, Chair. May I go to your slide number 13, which talks to green drop progress. It says only 2 municipalities received a green drop score, 50% or above. This 20 of 23 municipalities then submitted the corrective action plan. Would you like to just speak to that with the support that you say you are giving? Why do you then still have this type of results?
Can I request your indulgence, Mema Kwinana, that the water and sanitation, they will be coming. What we did, we took all the reports, we consolidated, but the colleagues from water and sanitation, they are capable, competent enough to respond to that. Please.
So in other words, this corrective action plan, it's not in your possession. It would be with them.
No. As I'm saying that now, the water and sanitation, we requested a report so that we can consolidate, be able to give to you. But they are here. Mema Kwinana will get it from the horse's mouth.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll step off that one.
Sure.
And then I just want to go back to 139.
All right.
For me, what is not making sense is that you are saying the issue is the funds, and therefore violation of human rights must persist. To an extent, you're also saying 90. You said 90. No. The number of houses that you must build. 90,000. But you are only going to provide 2.5. Now, the difference is people that their human rights will continue to be violated regard being held to Section 25 that guarantees them the right to housing. And for me, what does not make sense, HOD, is that we should now just be happy with that because at least something is being done. As far as I have read 139, it empowers you to take it a bit step further. I don't know if you have realized that. Are you able to speak to that, or would you want me to go to the specific section? You don't have the act in front of you. All right. So amongst others, yes, you have the powers to intervene in terms of 139 in the event that the provincial municipalities are not doing that which they have been earmarked to do. So, okay, when you take it right from the top, it says that if, particularly subsection 2, if the provincial executive intervenes in a municipality in terms of subsection 1B, it must submit a written notice of intervention to the cabinet member responsible for local government affairs and the relevant provincial legislature and National Council of Provinces within 14 days after the intervention plan. So has that happened? Has that intervention taken place? Is there a plan that can be submitted? Just to show from your side that you are alive to what the Section 39 provides and empowers you to do.
Mema Kwinana, I think since the dawn of democracy, we've got 3 municipalities that we have placed under Section 139. Started with Macharing, then from the Pokwane, the one of Pokwane, I was there, I was part of the team. That process, their submission, right up to cabinet and then right up to NCOP. So there is evidence around that. Then the next municipality, it was Renosterberg. Is it not Renosterberg? It's Renosterberg. Yeah, Renosterberg. Renosterberg was the second one that we placed under Section 139, 1P. So we did intervene. So as I've said, intervention in terms of dissolution is not the only alpha and omega. We are trying our best through this Operation Clean Audit to go and support them. But you speak to Treasury guys, because Tate Bosho was asking about financial support. The only time that we can come in as provincial government, I think there was one municipality that the late minister did, the Treasury in the Free State. They resourcefully given money to a particular municipality, and they were reprimanded by National Treasury because there was not even Section 139 followed. So the only time that they emphasize that now through Section 139, 1A, 1B, 1C, that's where now we can bring in those financial resources.
Okay, can I just interject there? So, you know what is imperative at this stage is to show proof. So what I'm hearing is that there is indeed proof. But maybe if you are able to at this stage, can you give also timelines? At what point? When did this happen? what dates are we talking about? Whilst we have had municipalities that testified for the past 2 days, that you could see that indeed these are in limbo. They are really not coping. So that's where I'm coming from. Whilst I hear you with regard to Pokwane, but timelines becomes very important for this exercise. So are you able to talk to that? But if you can't, you're welcome to then say you will submit the interventions plan that have been done so that they can speak to the dates, and then it sort of assists us to realize that indeed your office, HOD, has done the work, that which it is supposed to do.
If my memory serves me well, Pokwane, I think it was around 2021, 2022, and then from there followed by Renosterberg. It's almost 3 years back in terms of our dates. But in terms of we've got what is known as municipal support intervention plans, that each municipality has got the responsibility. Through council resolution, they were adopted, presented to national minister for cognizance. We are monitoring those MSIPs, including the provincial treasury, including SAHRC, of which they will talk to say from their side how are they going. But we go there as a team, collectively, through what is known as Operation Clean Audit, led by the DG, visiting those municipalities, making sure that now we give the necessary support. Yes, there might be not good stories here and there per municipality, because there is no one size that must fit all for all these municipalities. Each municipality must be treated on its own merit. So, but there is that evidence. Renosterberg, as I've said, it was just done after Pokwane. Council was dissolved, and then elections were conducted.
Yeah, it's worrisome. 3 years, I'm not really hearing it, HOD. I must just put it out there. I'm not hearing that intervention that you are talking to. But you're welcome to please submit those further reports in order to substantiate your submissions. Over and above that, what we have now realized is that most of your MMMs, when you approach them in regard to 153, which you already alluded to in your present 153 in particular, IDP, you could, when they are being confronted with same, they could not really articulate it. Some were really taken aback about what is it that they're expected to do. Now, in terms of you as the department, how are you then mitigating this? Because from where I'm sitting, I got to a state where, Chairperson, I thought, is the department, is this municipalities appointing people that are not qualified to do the work, but maybe because of the situation that we find ourselves in the country, maybe yes, that's what is being done. But then going forward, how are we capacitating the very people that we put in these positions to ensure that we are not faced with people that can come here and sit and say, no, at least it was a disclaimer, or now we are just a qualified audit, and it augurs well with them. It's okay with them.
No, in terms of that section 153, obviously IDP goes along with budgeting. It's part of the budgetary process where now you need to consult and check. But you'll find that now some departments, provincially, they will give their project. Let me speak about Coxter. Let me leave out other departments. With Coxter, whenever we are going to commission a project, I will write off letters to say, take note in the following financial year, these are the projects that have been approved and this is the total value. So they must put them in the IDP. So in some of the departments will just come in there. I still remember when I was still at Namakwe, a school was just built by education department without even informing. The time now the school was supposed to be opened, there was no electricity because there was no correspondence from my colleagues at the education department. So it's very much important that now IDP, which informs the service delivery budget, improvement plan. There must be a correlation between these two documents. So sometimes we rush to produce IDP and then it affects what? That our OPO in terms of performance information, not correlating. That is why, based on Charles, I think he will speak to that in terms of performance information, which municipalities are able to submit. Because quality, smart principles there within the IIDP, including the Service Budget Improvement Plan, they must correlate and speak to the budget. But in some instances, they use the shotgun approach. Towards the end of the financial year, they just start shooting now spending, and then go to council, ask for a review and alignment and approval of the
Does
SD.
that not then mean that there is a vacuum in terms of training? You know, there's a vacuum also in terms of just consistent checking
Yeah.
of those that are doing the work. You know, there's no one who's really keeping track and trace of whether this has been done. There's no one who's looking at the timelines. Or there isn't maybe even a monitoring tool that the department has put in place, which then assist those that are in these positions to keep on checking. Because that's one point. I think one of your MMs, I can't remember whether it was the MM from Pokwane, he said consequence management. I think that's what he said. He said consequence management is definitely, it does not exist in municipality. So how do you then assist? You know, I also just looked now HOD, the other portion that actually again empowers you on what to do. And, you know, without you dissolving yet, but still doing your constitutional mandate, which is to ensure that people still do their work.
No, Chairperson, we've got an IDP unit within the department. Annually, they receive those reports. They go for assessment, sitting down with municipalities, going through each and every IDP to document, to make sure that now it corresponds. Then from there, a report will be given to a particular municipality. This is what we have done, this is what we have assessed. For example, your IDP, there are gaps here and there based on the evaluation. But yes, you'll find that now the appointments also, because you need to have an M&E practitioner. Nowadays, it is a skill. You cannot just take a person who has been frustrated in one section, taking to
But I gather that was the case because most of the people that testified would have said, and Commissioner Boshoff did it so well because I didn't even think about it. He would ask them, so how long have you been in the sector? And most of them would say, you know, I've got like 14 years. You know, so many years. And I was at that department, and then I moved to this one, and then now I'm here, you know. So it's as though it's just a recycling of these individuals. They can't perform here, then you move them to the next sector, but you're still not capacitating them in order to ensure that the work is being done.
Yeah,
Thank you, Chair.
It also goes back to the HR, and I think my colleagues here will just add. There is what is known as annual skills audit that must be done. Because if you told your PMTS, your performance management system is effective, it's where it's supposed to be picking up the gaps. So the question is that, is the PMDS effective in municipalities? And the answer is no, because some of them do not even have. Because now that's why it's supposed to pick up to say that these are the gaps. Then with the HRD, with the manager corporate service, you say, but I've assessed my employee, supervisor, these are the gaps. Place him on this program, skills program, or bursaries be allocated to empower them to make sure that now they become effective. So the skills audit is key in this regard.
Thank you, HOD. I think Commissioner Kwinana is spot on with regards to recycling. Recycling in this province is very obvious. You know, if a specific person commits misconduct, is found guilty of misconduct, there's a provincial department wherein HODs were mischievous. Those HODs have just been kind of demoted, but they are still in the same department, basically prescribing to the acting HOD or the HOD what to do. People are just retained, recycled, and in the local sphere of government, it's even worse, unfortunately. I know that in other provinces, I agree with you that National Treasury, to a certain extent, has put a stop on that. But where municipalities do not cannot afford to pay the salaries of employees, Provincial COCTA has intervened and assisted with the payment of salaries. Does that also happen in this province?
In this regard, as far as assisting, we submit our bids. There are also challenges in terms of the finances. As I've said, our reserves are not enough. We don't have enough as a province, based on what I've uttered in terms of the allocation from the national fiscus,
So
which is not biased to the province.
If they cannot afford to pay salaries, what is the reality then in the province?
We have to assist them. There is what is known as the debt steering committee.
Okay.
Mrs. Boyson is sitting in that debt steering committee. We call in the departments, we assist them to make sure that they collect.
Okay.
Councillors, as I've said, giving an example, to say now we are enforcing the code of conduct for councillors that they must pay. Go and disconnect that to make sure that now, and follow the FRP. Because obviously the FRP will pick up some gaps.
So you are not bailing them out. You are not bailing them.
We are not
anymore.
bailing them out.
But it used to happen in the past, like in other provinces.
No, the only discussion that we normally have with Treasury is that now it's a 50-50 because it is risky. It's 90% municipality is supposed to generate its own revenue. But then we'll tell you, but how does case, for example, as I've said, how are they going to generate revenue if they can't even use electricity as a lever? Because ESCOM is dominating. But the point is that now 10%, that's where now they get their equitable share. So it's a very stress challenge in the Boshoff, but we look at it in terms of our treasury discussions, because you can reserve money to say it's a drop in an ocean. What do you do, for example? And I think in the previous year we had previous 2 financial years, we had close to 17 million that we received from provincial trade to go and support. But that 17 million, you end up only assisting 1 or 2 municipalities, especially with the water pumps, pump stations, the sewer lines that are blocked and all that. Then from there, the money is depleted. We do register the bids, but based on our allocations, we don't get what we are supposed to. But our wish and hope is to assist them. But we are held back by this. Thanks, Chairperson.
Just a yes or no with regards to the following questions. Does your department evaluate the municipality's annual reports? Do you actually go through them?
Yeah, no, that one is a constitutional matter. We have to, in terms of Section 47 report, it's informed by those annual reports, and we submit
the IDPs and the budgets. Do you
IDP, I think I've responded to it to say indeed we do assess. We normally call them to a central point. But what I've said to the team now, let's not go the route of now putting it under pressure now towards approval of budgets. Then we call them. So let's work with them all along. From day one, when they start with the IDP budgets, then we build it up so that towards the end it's easy. Now, rather than now saying tomorrow is budget council approval, then there is something wrong here. That's when we end up now people copying and pasting now.
But many municipalities testified that their budgets are unfunded.
Yeah, no, it's close to 18 if my memory serves me well. It's close to 18.
So do you also provide assistance with regards to that?
Yeah, together with the provincial treasury, they will send a team to make sure that now cut here, because you'll find that now most of the budgets it goes to corporate support instead of making sure that now you give the core business. The core business cannot suffer now because now you've got the bloated structure. Everything goes to communication and all that, as an example. But the core business cannot suffer.
If you have a plan to intervene or do something at Solplaatjie, what is that plan? And if you cannot articulate it now, can we be provided with such a plan? Because we simply cannot. There's hundreds of thousands of people living in this city. We just simply cannot allow the human rights violations, especially with regards to sewage spillages in this city. Do you have a plan? And if yes, can we be provided with it?
Yeah, no, indeed, we will provide you with that MSIP, Municipal Support Intervention Plan, per municipality. We'll give all those reports to you. So, Plaiki also, in terms of law, they are intermediary city or a secondary city reporting directly to National Treasury. So, Coxta only comes there as per invite. For example, now my colleague here is sitting in that panel that is assisting with the investigation. So, we come there as per invite. But where there's a need for MEC to intervene, then we'll go there. MEC to go and address, but Solplaiki is on the lips of the provincial administration, 7th administration, any platform. Even yesterday, the premier, we had the presentations in terms of the audit outcomes and all that. So Solplaiki is on his lips as a city to say that now what do we do if the city collapses? Whereas now they are supposed to be getting, the small municipalities, category B, are supposed to be getting guidance and support from Solplaiki.
Yeah.
So we cannot allow that. So he's very much passionate about this aspect of Solplaiki, that
All
it
right.
needs to be handled
we are going
accordingly.
to hold the Premier also accountable.
No, it's fine. But
We're
I
going
know
to
that
do
he's
that.
busy with that. Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
that's
he's very much worried.
Yeah,
Thanks.
so are we. With regards to your full-time councillors in the province, do they relinquish their permanent jobs? Do you monitor that? You know?
Yeah, I know. I just forgot
Yes.
because it was one of the questions asked by Ntate Weinhardt. That one is non-negotiable. You can't double dip. You can't. That is why they will allow you to say canvass campaign to be an elected councillor, but post that you must do the honorary thing. That is why I think there is one councillor, I don't know, is it in David Creeper away, Sianuma, who did that. So she had just, or he or she had to pack his bags and go. Because why? But also the part of the consequence is not just to leave, recoup the money that was being spent, because now he has doubled up. As a health, I think it was he or she was working for health department, but didn't disclose. So it's dishonesty at its best.
Okay.
So therefore we need to act, and we acted accordingly as the department. We didn't just leave it unattended. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Peasmore, do you have a list for me of reports that the department needs to provide to us? Do you want to just articulate that? It is information on the financial support that you need to provide us with. What else, Mr. Weinhardt? Did you make notes there? The intervention plan, yes. Is it what?
Maybe how do we structure the annual, or the responses to the annual reports that they consider from municipalities?
Okay. How do you structure your responses to the annual reports that you consider? If you can just assist us with that information as well.
No, obviously, as I've said, it's Section 47. We'll give you all
Yeah.
those Section 47s
Okay.
because obviously you table them and then you
Alright.
present at the legislature, and then it converts into Section 48 to Parliament.
Okay, HMD and your team, yes?
Maybe just the last question, Chair. So what we've also was very concerning to the panel was the functions of the district municipalities. I think we spend a lot of time trying to understand what are they doing, are they feasible, and how is functions being allocated to them.
Yeah, I think what Mr. Weinhardt is saying, we know that they're a Category C municipality. They should be established in terms of the Constitution. However, the actual support that they are providing to local municipalities is not what we were hoping for. You are looking in the case of Francis Bart, approx of the 184 million rand budget, 4 million is actually budgeted for support to local municipalities, and that is actually the reason why they were established, to support local municipalities. And in our view, district municipalities are nothing less and nothing more than just a job creation institution. As in the case of Pixley Kasema, 70% of its budget goes towards salaries. And then in the case of Francis Bart, it's no different. it's no different. So you don't have to respond. It's something that we will have to
look
take
at.
up with the minister and with all the relevant people. But just take note that the Commission is concerned about the level of support that is provided to locals by districts.
No, you are correct. There's a discussion document on that to review the role of the district municipalities. Normally, when I do an analogy, like now the way I'm well dressed. I'm sorry for that. This morning for this commission. The point is that now, then you've got your kids. As a father, your kids are going around with clothes that are torn, which is the local municipalities. So the support there, it should also be in line with what, for example, as a father, I'm well dressed. My kids are expected also to be neat. So that support to the municipalities, locals ones, is very much important, cannot be overemphasized. But there is a discussion document that is circulating to determine the role. Because for me, that is why we are even saying the MSC takes it further. There's no way that the district municipality cannot get the clean audit. Because their transaction files on daily basis, it's limited compared to a big municipality like Soplake or a local. The biggest municipalities or metro has got a lot of transactions on daily basis. So, but with district, there's no way that you cannot get a clean audit. Thanks.
It is important that you provide us with those reports on your financial contributions.
Sure, yeah, I'll definitely do
But
that.
not only for the previous financial
Yeah,
year.
no, for-
If possible, if we could have it, say, for the last 5 financial
No, it's
years
fine.
or,
We'll
or
do
so.
that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
HOD, thank you so much for. It was a fresh of breath of fresh, a breath of fresh air to get testimony from knowledgeable people. Let me put it out there. We have really been struggling the last 2 days. We've really been struggling. So thank you for the quality information that you provided to the Commission. If you can just provide us with the other information that we've requested, I'm going to pester you in the new year, as soon as our report is finalized, to get a meeting with the MEC, because I want the MEC to table the report in the legislature, like they've done in Mpumalanga, the Free State and other provinces. And then I also want the opportunity to present in the legislature. We cannot continue like this in the province. Simply cannot continue like this. I also used to work in local government. I understand the challenges. I've had oversight over provincial departments. I understand your challenges. But despite everything, I cannot allow a situation where people are drowning in sewage. Not acceptable. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you for coming. It's good to see the head of the institute, of the department here,
All right.
for a change.
All right. No thanks, Dr. Boshoff, Dr. Weinhardt, Mema Kwinana, and colleagues, the legal team. On behalf of MEC FAS and Premier Zamani Sol, I would like to thank you also for having granted us this opportunity to come and present ourselves as a department, because we've got an oversight responsibility. Section 154 calls for all of us to work together to make these municipalities work. Thank you. God bless, and traveling messages.
Thank you. We're going to adjourn for 15 minutes or so. We just have a few media interviews. Media is very curious about proceedings. We will reconvene at, let's make it 11 o'clock.
You see, it's the
That's not basic.
dis so en 'n mense gaan ons leer is. Want dis ook die wissels in die karre is. En hy kom van intelligence. Die werk met die vriende se kantoor. So hy kom observe en sê hier.
Ja, hierdie ding raak nou ook al lelik.
Stop toe dit toegestaan.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. The next department to appear before us is the Department of Water and Sanitation. I'm going to request Commissioner Quinana to handle the formalities.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I have the most senior of the three guys to then stand? What is your portfolio?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jaco Rulovsa. I'm a Director at Department of Water and Sanitation at the Directorate Water Service Infrastructure Development Programs.
Thank you so much. So may I please have your full names for the record?
It's Jaco Rulovsa.
Your age?
I'm 50.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
It's affirmation.
Do you have any objection in making the affirmation?
No.
Do you regard that affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, I do.
I do.
Thank you so much. May I have the next person? Your full names, please.
Benny Viljoen,
Your age?
41,
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
oath,
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
no,
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
yes,
Do you say that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, raise your right hand, say, so help me God.
so help me God.
Thank you so much. Your full names, please.
Danish Palane.
Uh,
Danish Palane.
Your voice must be projected. That is just for streaming, but you can use, yes, we use it, but just raise your voice a little bit.
Danish Palane.
Thank you so much. Your age, please.
39.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you have any objection in making that affirmation?
No.
Do you regard that affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, I do.
I do.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome to this service delivery inquiry in the Northern Cape Province. You were part of our engagement this morning, so I did provide an overview earlier this morning, so I think you have an idea what the inquiry is all about. Let me just indicate and let me just just give you the assurance that I don't think the Department of Water and Sanitation has too much to be concerned about. So you can calm down, you can relax. I have, or the Commission has a very good relationship with Minister Majordina and Deputy Minister Mahlobo. When I met with Minister Majordina about a month ago, I also complimented the regional offices of Mpumalanga and the Western Cape. But the engagements we've had with the Northern Cape office in the past, there was just another gentleman, I just forgot his name now, Mr. Van Wyk. He also always cooperated and provided us with sufficient and adequate information. So hopefully when I meet with the Minister again, I can say I'm also impressed with the engagement I had with the Northern Cape office. I know that a lot of funds get channeled to municipalities. We are familiar with the work that the Department of Water and Sanitation is doing. But we are interested, for purposes of our report and for the record, just to formalize it. It's important that we get your testimony on your interventions in local government in particular. This city, we're going to make a recommendation that this municipality should be declared a disaster area. That gentleman wearing the yellow shirt, and I also requested him to send the video clip to the HOD for Kokta and the provincial head of SAHRC. People are actually drowning in sewage in Solplaatjie. If you see that poor gentleman's circumstances where he lives, I mean, just outside his door is a dam of sewage, and it has been there for a very long time. So not much is happening from on the side of the municipality. I think, I'm sure when they submit business plans and make application for funding, your department seriously considers that. But there are serious challenges in Solplaatjie, in particular when it comes to water. A lot of water interruptions in the city. Sewage spillages in many areas. Yesterday there was reference to White City, Rodepan or Plaat? Rodepan. Homeville, and what was the other one? Homevale. And Platfontein as well. People are actually living in sewage. They are not living, they are drowning in sewage. I'm going to request you, sir, just to show the gentleman after their session those videos. It's sad, it's heartbreaking to see what he is going through, what he is experiencing. And he lives in Rodepan. So we need to do something, and from our side we will not hesitate to hold everyone accountable, and I've made it very, very clear. Yesterday and even this morning. We simply cannot allow people to live in those conditions, honestly. All right, what I'm interested in is, I know you are doing a lot, but give us some sense of comfort on the work that you are doing, the amount of money that you spend in the Northern Cape, where you have identified challenges with regards to water and sanitation, the intervention that you have provided. Is there hope for Solplaatjie? Please give those people who are watching, please give them some comfort. Is there hope for this city? Give that gentleman some comfort. Again, we are impressed with the work of the Department of Water and Sanitation. I know billions find their way to municipalities across the country. But give us some comfort, tell us what you are doing, and we, from our side, we will also put questions to you and request you to do more if necessary. Sir, Mr. Roelof, sir, are you going to lead your delegation? You said you're a director. Are you from the Northern Cape office? Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Firstly, apologies for our provincial head and acting provincial heads that unfortunately could not make it today. And even Mr. Van Dijk has mentioned they all either personally or committed to other work. But we're going to do our best to provide the Commission with the adequate answers today and information. So I'm going to start with the status of water and sanitation in the Northern Cape. 82% of the households in the Northern Cape have access to water in the dwelling or their yard. 14% still rely on communal standpipes, and then there's 4% that has no access to water. This is according to Stats 2022. When we look at sanitation stats, 73% have access to flush toilets connected to a municipal sewer, 16% pit latrines without ventilation, 0.8% chemical toilets, and 4.5% no access to sanitation, and 4.5% that still use buckets. The non-revenue water, I just want to highlight there, is at its highest at the moment at 55%, since we've measured on average in the Northern Cape, and 45% of that is real water losses. We did a calculation. If we take the raw water charges on that, it's the potential loss of 2.9 billion to municipalities in the Northern Cape just on leakages of water. The support that we do, it comes in 4 aspects: administrative support, training and development, planning, and infrastructure development. So administrative, we have a unit helping municipalities develop bylaws, develop cost-reflective policies for cost recovery. Then we've got a training and development unit which helps with operator trainer through the EWCTAs, the training of borehole operators, the development of operation and maintenance manuals for supervisors and for operators. Under planning, we've got the development of the water and sanitation master plans and funds developed for project through the development of feasibility studies, or the implementation readiness studies is done through our planning section. And then under infrastructure, my unit, we've got the grant funding, which is the Rural Bulk Infrastructure Grant and the Water Services Infrastructure Grant. We allocate on average for the last few years approximately R1 billion to the Northern Cape. Of that, I must state half of it is for Solplaatjie's water situation at the moment, which is a national approved from the infrastructure front, the budget facility for infrastructure, which is approximately 500 million for this year. Then we also provide technical support in the appraisal of business plans and through technical reports and project management. I can mention that the DWS in the Northern Cape spent over 100% of its capital budget. We got some of the savings from national, so the Northern Cape managed to spend over 100%, although DWS nationally did not spend its complete budget. We spent 103% of our capital budget. Challenges, I'm going to summarize it in the challenges were summarized as inadequate bulk is a problem in all Northern Cape municipalities. There's not enough bulk storage to meet the demands. It must be read hand in hand with the fact that demands are high. Groundwater management is a problem, and we have DWF has developed a standard operating procedure for groundwater monitoring, and we're in the process of implementing that at all new borehole development projects. Vandalism and theft is also still a problem in the Northern Cape. Lack of skilled personnel, the level of services backlog, and low reliability of water supply. Old infrastructure and high water loss and non-revenue water. Those are the major challenges. What are we doing from an administrative or a regulatory point of view? I think it's worthwhile mentioning that there's currently 10 pre-directives issued to Northern Cape municipalities, 8 directives, and 7 criminal cases that's been made by the department. Lastly, if I can
address us on those 7 criminal cases.
may I hand over to you?
Sure.
In correction, it's not 7 criminal cases, but we. Okay, it's not 7 criminal cases, but 20 that we have opened across the province, and we submitted all the dockets to NPA in February this year, and then we just awaiting a response from NPA if they will be able to prosecute or not all these criminal
Sorry, how many
cases.
did you say? 20.
20, yes.
And which municipalities are those?
From the top of my head, we have Pokwane,
Okay, just
Jan
for the
and
record, if you can
Hartswater.
just speak up. Is Pokwane, yes?
Okay, Pokwane, which is Jan Camp wastewater treatment plant, and
Yeah.
Hartswater, Solplaki. We have Beaconsfield and Homevale, and then Mtanjeni, which is in the DR. We have Hanover and the DR wastewater treatment works. And down in Springbok, just forgot the name of the municipality in Springbok, Namakoi. Yeah, we have about, I think, 6. I just forgot the names of all those municipalities, name of the wastewater treatment works. But again, in the Pofada and in the Pofada, which is the Umsobovu, okay, we have Colspec wastewater treatment plant. In the Likwa, Northwest Likwa, Timane, we have Bloemhof wastewater treatment plants that we open a criminal case for. And again, in Kaima, we have 1, 2, 3 wastewater treatment works that we open criminal cases for, which is Onsepkians, Pela, Pofada.
And the reason is it sewage being discharged into rivers and freshwater streams?
Some of the areas they are not discharging into the streams, but they are operating these waterworks without permits, which is a water use license or a GAP permit.
And is sewage being discharged into rivers in this province, according to the department?
Yes, there are areas where they are discharging into a water stream, which is Jan Camp. They are discharging into a tributary that goes into the Harts River. And then also Hartswater discharges directly into the Harts River. Homevale discharges into the Pen, but initially the plan is supposed to discharge into the Val River. That option is not being used due to the high pollution of water that's being discharged.
Okay. All right. Please proceed. Sorry for interrupting.
Thank you. So yes, as corrected, the 20, I see my notes says it's 20 cases, but implicated on 7 local municipalities. One of them, however, is not in the Northern Cape. It's Bloemhof. It's in the Free State, but because of the lower orange management system, the case also is made by our unit. Then lastly, to close off on Solplaatjie, as indicated, the department is involved in the BFI project, which is a 2.7 billion rand project to be implemented over 7 years. We're in entering year 3 now. There has been significant progress on the water situation in Solplaatjie. I must report that the residents and people in the meeting would recall that Up to a year ago, we still had nightly shutdowns, water shedding. So every night the water would be shut down in Kimberley to fill the reservoirs. That has stopped. We've got constant water supply, and the reservoirs are at this stage at quite good levels. We've also reduced the amount of water that needs to be reproduced at Riverton with about 50 megalitres and keeping up. So there's been drastic loss reduction happening with the work done to date. That will start filtering into the municipal fiscus, where they now will have reduced raw water charges from DWS and hopefully impact on their budget. But it does take time for this to impact on the budget. That also does have an impact on the sewer. If you don't have any flowing water in your systems, your sewer pipes run dry, which is increased blockages and problems for the municipality. So hopefully with the increased water situation, there will be improvement in the sewer, although Soplaki has approached us, and I think various other funders, also BFI, for funding for the sanitation situation. However, at this stage, we're not aware of any approval and approved funding, but we are on program with addressing the water situation.
What is the total amount of funds that you've allocated to address water and sanitation challenges in the Northern Cape per financial year? Let's start with the current financial year and the anticipated allocation for the next financial year. Do you have that information? If not, you can just provide it to us.
We have got it. For the current financial year, we've got Appropriation Act of approximately 290 million, which goes to the Water Board, and that is for the Namakwa bulk water supply scheme. Then to municipalities, we've got 50 million, which is 6B, which is implemented via department and transferred after completion. That is linked to Warrenton, mostly the water treatment works at Warrenton. And then 5B to municipalities, which includes the Soplaki. The bulk of that is the Soplaki project, is 574 million, which is our big 5B. Yes, sorry, that's all Soplaki. There's no other project. 574 million is the BFI Soplaki water project. W6B, we've got 30 million, and that is for the bucket eradication. The last pre-94 project in the Northern Cape is Campbell, which was alluded to before. And we're busy with the bulk water supply there, and then we're moving to the internal reticulation in the next financial year. That's 30 million. And then for the various municipalities, the W6 allocation for the year is 340 million. And that gets divided between all 26 municipalities, or everyone that qualifies. At the moment, we're funding 20 municipalities in the Northern Cape with that 340 million. As stated before, on average, the Northern Cape has a capital allocation of $1 billion a year.
Sorry, I'm just showing the Commissioner the video clip of this gentleman's residence, so that the Commissioner also has an idea what ordinary citizens are experiencing in their backyards on a daily basis. Is there hope for Soplaki? I know there's hundreds of millions of rands being pumped into Soplaki. Is there hope, and when can ordinary people see a difference? When is that going? Answer my question, is there hope for Soplaki?
Commissioner, from my side, I would be positive and said yes, because else, I mean, that's the purpose of all of us here and government's purpose. So yes, there is hope for Soplaki, and as stated, with a lot of intervention, we have seen improvements in the water situation, and we're positive that same improvements can happen at all other levels of services: sanitation, refuge removal, electricity.
And timelines, when can they see change?
So we have, I'm going to hand to planning to maybe discuss the sanitation plan, because we've only received applications, but for water they're talking about 7 years is the plan.
Yeah, I think it's all about money. We don't have the 2.7 billion rand in 1 year. So that is why we do it all over for 7 years. And if they are successful in getting approval for a BFI for a sanitation, we talk about 2 billion rand that is needed. So that will also come over many years. But the municipality did submit to us a business plan to refurbish the Homewell wastewater work. They need 140 million rand, but to address and to make changes on the plant, to make it functional, they need about 105, 106 million rand. So we are planning to fund that project as well. Currently, there is a sewer-related project in Soplaiki. We call it the Carter's Reach project, where we're going to build a new pump station and establish 2 sewer pump stations. I think it's about 60 million rand project. So that project is in phase 2 of implementation. So Soplaiki needs to complete that project first. Then we will avail money for the Homewell treatment plant.
When can the people see visible change then with regards to the sanitation situation? Which financial year? 2-3 years from now? Also 7 years?
I hope in
and we are not blaming you. We know what you are doing.
It is just funding. That is the problem. So we are trying to get more funding. You have also stated about the good work that we are doing. But for us to do more, we need more funding. If you go and read through the 5-year reliability plans, I have a list of 1,200 projects that have come out of that plan. Wow. And the total sum is about 23 billion rand. Now, Mr. Roelofse just stated we only get 300 million rand. So how long it will take that 300 million rand that we get, for example, from WSIG 5B, I must distribute it in 26 because there's 26 municipalities. So even with Homewell wastewater work, costs 105 million rand. Even that project, I must split in 2 financial years because I don't have the 100 million rand in 1 year. So, but yeah, we have good data. We have a good sense what is needed outside. My profession is a GI specialist, so I work with this data, so I know what is the need outside and what is the cost. But it's all linked to funds, and I think my colleague from Koksta have also addressed that. Massive need. It's expensive to do projects in the Northern Cape, especially after COVID-19. Prices have jumped up, diesel prices have jumped up, so it's very expensive to do projects these days. So it will take time.
Only input I would like to make is that you just provide us with the information, with the financial information or the assistance that you provide to local government, to municipalities. If we can get for the current financial year and the projections for the coming financial years, so that we also refer to that in our report and have a balanced report with regards to everything. So all the financial contributions to municipalities, if we could get that. From our side, you know, we are not just here to name and shame and to blame everyone. We will, from our side also, we are thinking, panel must still sit and agree on the recommendations, but we are thinking of making a recommendation to declare Soplaiki a disaster area, and hopefully if it is accepted by the powers that be, that you will get more funds to deal with the sanitation issue much quicker. I'm going to request the panelists then to put their questions to you, Mr. Weingart.
Yes. So From our side, and especially dealing with complaints within towns in the Northern Cape, we find that especially during your summer months, municipalities would struggle with demand, and that causes a lot of frustration for communities, because then your taps would run dry, and it seems as if municipalities are not planning sufficiently for the increase in water use. And then we've also towns within serviced by the Vaal Central water boards. They limit water supply because of debt. So is there any plans from DWS's side in addressing those situations?
Thank you. In my presentation, I think at the back side of the presentation there is RBIC feasibility studies. There's a couple of projects that we are funding through RBIC. So we are funding the feasibility study, the designs, as well as the implementation readiness study. I must also say to you that we are also funding through this process the WSDP. So in Northern Cape, all municipalities have a WCP except Tatsabani, according to me. So you will see in that list of projects, you will see there is 2 projects, for example, in Tatsabani. So Tatsabani sits with a massive bulk challenges, wastewater and water. But I just want to say to you that so through this grant, through this money, we're also addressing water conservation and demand management. So we're actually doing a water conservation and demand management strategy, O&M plan, which is massive, important. You will see in my reliability plans, old infrastructure and O&M, that is the highest problems in the Northern Cape, as well as revenue. The billing systems, all those things is basic stuff that they can put in place that doesn't cost an arm and a leg. In our reliability plan, you will see there is, I can also make it available to you. So there will be a table called upgrade refurbishment needs. So in that table you will see all the towns that have an upgrade needs required. And then we have also cost what we say, what we see what could be the estimated funding. Like I said, there's about 1,200 projects. I can't fund 1,200 projects. That is why there's a priority list. That is why we have done a Northern Cape Water and Sanitation Master Plan. So in that Water and Sanitation Master Plan, we have prioritized the top 30 projects. That top 30 projects will keep us busy for many years in terms of funds. And you will see that 2 slides, which I talk about, where we addressing what you are asking for. You will see that projects. So that is our priority projects. I can just say to you, just to name a few. So Sportsmansburg, Kakamas, massive problem. So that is high priority. That is maybe top 5 project in the Northern Cape. If I get funding from this guy, I will ask him, listen, let us fund that project. Port Nolloth is sitting with a shortage of water in December. That is where the summer. So we are about 95% complete with the planning. Then I will hand over to Mr. Ruloso for implementation. So, and other projects is in Katu, also sit with a need. And you will also see there's a lot of other projects on sanitation, wastewater treatment works. So there's water and sanitation, and we all know about the R. So we're busy with that as well, the feasibility study as well as the implementation of that project. So this is just a few that I've stated, but if you go to that slide and you sum up all those costs, it is massive. So it will keep us busy for the next 10 years if you compare with the available money that we get from Treasury. So I hope I've answered that.
Thank you. Now for the tough questions. You've had easy ones from me and Mr. Weingart. Now it's time for Commissioner Kwinana.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at your slides. I wanted to go to one where it talks about approximately, this is slide number 22. It talks about 73% of total number of infrastructure components that requires refurbishment. Mine is this: at what point did the department realize these challenges? And I'll say what I said to the municipalities, because it's as though there seems to be, you seem to be reactionary because of complaints that are being raised. But it does not look like there has been planning throughout with regard to these challenges. So at what point did we realize it's 73, in another one is 61, and so forth, different percentages with different municipalities?
Thank you, ma'am. I think from water and sanitation, the realization has been there. The prioritization process remains mostly through the IDP process, and projects is prioritized through that. What DWS does is highlight the issues to the municipalities, but as also previously stated, refurbishment and operation and maintenance should be mostly funded by cost recovery, the operations of the water business. So I think it's been noted, and I think we still don't have a solution to how to fix that problem. But it is still a problem, as indicated by the commissioner as well. Sedibeng Water Board does restrict water because it's a cost recovery issue. What I can note is from our regional business plan evaluation committee, free basic water is 25 litres per person per day. We're currently on average evaluating and allowing for 80 litres per person per day in all allowances of approved water business plans to allow for upgrades of water and waterborne sewage in the bulk supplies. However, we find that the average use of all communities is 200 litres per person per day. So the municipalities are providing the 25 basic litres. The problem is there's a lot more water usage and no one pays.
You still haven't answered my question. All I want to know is how long has it taken the department to realize that refurbishment must take place? Is this something that was realized last year, the year before? At what point? Because from where I'm sitting, it's as though there's never been a plan. And it's a bit worrisome that whilst we have a department earmarked to do the work, but we also have these shortcomings that could have been addressed. So what are we talking? What are we talking about in terms of timelines? Was this last year that you've realized? Which I suppose, the complainant sitting there can probably excuse the department to say, oh, okay, for the past so many years, it means it has been running optimally, but the troubles only started in 2024. Is that what we are supposed to be saying? Or am I thinking properly? Because I don't think that's the right answer even.
No, ma'am, the problem has been identified a long time ago. There's been various programs in the past, even long before my involvement at DWS, to deal with operation and maintenance, which can also categorize refurbishment. However, the core function of the department, the core funding allocations, is not for operation and maintenance. We fund capital extensions, bulk infrastructure work, and operation and maintenance, which is replacements of old infrastructure, should mostly be funded through your operations, your cost recovery system.
No, I accept that. That's acceptable. Yeah. Where the money is going to come from. But the issue is this: there has been a challenge in the Northern Cape, right? With regard to municipalities, they are saying, no, it's the mushrooming informal settlements that have resulted in this challenge. But what is evident is that this challenge has been there because of the type of systems that are being used by the government. I don't know when you joined the department, And maybe this is your time to then say, you know what, I only joined yesterday, and I do not have the history. Then I suppose we can say, please submit then any other plans that exist in the department, which would have been talking to this. Because from where I'm sitting, it does not look like people that are earmarked to do the work are actually doing the work. Because it can't be heard that we need now to say, when are we going to get this 2.7 billion rand? When? So the complainant must now wait for the next coming how many years for us to get there? 30 years? What does it mean for human rights that are being violated? So that's where I'm coming from. If it's not within your mandate, I accept that. But as the department, you are knowledgeable as to the existence of the problem. And that's what I just want you to speak to. When was this problem realized? What was done with regard to the realization of this problem in order to ensure that human rights are not violated further? What has been done with regard to that? Are you able to speak to that? And I'll accept if you can't, and then you say to me, you will submit. That will be acceptable.
Thank you, ma'am. As I stated, I don't think I can give them all the information required. I'm going to provide the opportunity to planning. Maybe they can provide more clarity.
Thank you. Please hand over the mic.
Like I said, we have done our national, provincial master plan. So our last master plan was done in 2014. So in 2014, I can also avail that plan to you, and you will see infrastructure, own M is like a chapter on its own, where we have identified key hotspots, where we see infrastructure or the need for replacement of infrastructure. I can also, so after we have done that provincial master plan in 2014, I can give you a list of projects from 2016 till now, and I can group it for you and say, so much I spent on infrastructure upgrade, so much I spent on replacement, so much I spent on water conservation, demand management. So I can group that projects for you so that you can just, to ease your mind that this is not something new. We are doing this now for the last 10 years. I hope
that's exactly
can,
what is worrisome to me, that this has been persisting for the past 10 years. And from where I'm sitting, it means really the department is failing. It ought to have realized that a national disaster should have been declared, or provincial disaster rather, of this situation should have been declared even much earlier than to wait for 2025 and then sit in this inquiry where we are now saying, you know what, it's the money. It's the money. Like the previous department that just testified, they're saying it's about the money. But from where I'm sitting, it looks like somebody has no monitoring and evaluation tools of the very measures that are supposed to be then put in place in order to ensure that there are interventions to make enrolls, to make sure that violation of human rights does not persist. Because as a Human Rights Commission, that's our concern, is that human rights will continue to persist for as long as we can have you come here and sit and say, no, there is a plan. We have done, it was 100%, we've done 50%. A couple of years later now, at least we have moved an inch, now we're at 52. But the reality for somebody else is that the very right that is enshrined in the Constitution is not realized, and it will never be realized. After having seen the video from the gentleman, that video says that as for him and his family, human rights are no, and that's what South Africans are saying, and that's what the department, for me, it's failing in addressing. So just for him, when we say we're giving hope, as the commissioner said, how are we giving hope? Because he must go back to the same situation that is existing currently. His whole yard is flooded with sewage. So what plans do we have for such instances? Are we going to talk about the 2.7 million that is, we don't even know where it's going to come from? Or do we have a plan as the department? Now that we've seen the situation, and I hope they've shared it with you, that video, what do we do?
Okay,
How do we move forward?
We haven't seen the video. I'm sure we'll see it afterwards, so we can't specifically. I'm assuming it's a localized problem. So it is a simple municipal operation and maintenance problem. A sewage system needs to be unblocked. To try and allude back to your question, you cannot fix the problem with just pushing money into it. Capital funding and pushing it non-stop into a business is not going to fund it unless you keep on pushing in more capital. So as I stated before, yes, there's a serious flaw in the business of water and sanitation in Northern Cape municipalities, but I think in the municipalities in the whole. You can only operate if there is income generated by that service. So as stated, unfortunately, also there's a massive non-payment culture and a very high debt in the Northern Cape by municipalities. So that hampers directly, although we know of the problem that O&M needs to be done, that income stream that needs to come from debt recovery is not where it should be. What DWS does with that is we've got, as stated, the unit, the specialized unit that comes if municipalities request, that assists them in developing costs.
If they request. So it's not that you are alive to the challenge. So when they request, that's when you come in.
I think so. That's my understanding. I can ask to the colleague in the unit as well, but the initiative will have to be have to be initiated by either Koksta, as the custodians of local government, or the local municipality itself.
No, it's good that they're still here and they're probably hearing you.
Yes.
That according to you, it must come from them, and it must filter down to the municipalities, which I'm sure a chairperson of the session is going to ensure that the report does speak to that, because that's exactly what we have found with other instances as well, that departments don't seem to collaborate when it comes to the very work that they are doing. In order to mitigate that, I think the head HOD did say that there are committees where you sit, where you're all represented in order to amplify your different voices as departments. That's correct?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So one would assume that those meetings, those would have been attended to, and they can't allow to persist from 2014 until 2025. Without being attended to optimally. I think by now we should be talking a different percentage. We should be at a point where the communities in Northern Cape should be able to say, we realize that the departments are trying in the true sense of the word. There is work that's being done. And I'll say what I said to the other colleagues that came before you yesterday. That how would you feel being a commissioner that's also responsible for children, for persons with disabilities and older persons? How would you feel if your family members were subjected to that environment where the sewer spillage is surrounding their home, where they would have to use stones for them to be able to just come out of their home, but the smell continues? This is their reality. And I will leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Kwinana. Commissioner Kwinana is 100% correct. We listened to the testimony of Koksta this morning, and yes, the challenge of insufficient funds was raised. But there was a time before these cost containment measures were implemented by the National Fiscus, that provincial departments and national departments had access to sufficient funds. The reality, and even municipalities in their financial state of affairs in 2014 was much better than it is currently. Now, what we've seen in the Northern Cape is because of many factors. Let me not be controversial and raise something specific, but because of many factors, local government has been neglected, maintenance have been neglected, capital projects have been ignored. We have seen in many in many municipalities that some municipalities don't even know what amount in their budget is being budgeted for operations and maintenance, because I think they simply don't budget for it. And I think I read a report from someone saying in the province as a whole, only 2% I think is budgeted for operations and maintenance in local government. But government needs to take responsibility for this mess we are in at the moment. 2014 funds were available, funds were wasted by local government. That is the reality. And now Commissioner Kwinana is correct. What hope are we giving to that gentleman? I know that Salga will assist, and the HOD for Coxta said he will also assist and phone the ward councillor and the MM and so on. But it's one person. There are thousands of ordinary people drowning in sewage in this city. And the sad thing is, we might only see an improvement after 7 years, Commissioner. That is the sad part. Because a municipality did not prioritize capital projects, did not prioritize operations and maintenance, and now people must suffer. And that is why the human rights, we don't want to criticize government. We will compliment government when they are doing well. We will do that. But my goodness, our business is human rights. Our business is human rights. And that is why we are here, and that's what I also said to the HOD this morning. It cannot be correct. It cannot be correct for that gentleman to drown in sewage. Cannot be correct. It can never be the norm. It can never be the norm for an individual to drown in sewage on a daily basis. Can never be the norm. And he's one person. There are thousands in this city. Do people actually care about their constituencies in this city? Thank you so much for your presence. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to request you to provide us with the following information. And you can provide it, you can send it to Mr. Weingart. I think you have his email address. Detailed information on directives, notices and criminal cases, if we could get that from you. Detailed information on whether municipalities cooperate with DWS. Information on whether municipalities make use of all the funding, and whether DWS checks that the funds go to the right places. Do you have checks and balances in place, and do you monitor those payments? List of municipalities that have updated WSDPs, water service development plans, and those that have not. Information on amounts owed to water boards by DWS, must be a lot. Well, it will be the municipalities that actually owe, but DWS must provide us with that information. Report on plans to assist Solplaiki with wastewater treatment works. I think that should be a priority in this province, and we really need to engage with the Premier and the MEC and even Minister Majordina, and this is a national crisis. It's a national crisis. Report on plans to assist Saul that I've raised, and then if you could provide us with a provincial master plan. Oh yeah, and then the 2014 master plan that you've referred to as well. All right, but thank you for the informative presentation, gentlemen. We want to register the fact that we need your assistance in Solplaiki. We need your assistance in other municipalities in the Northern Cape. We've listened to testimony over the last few days, which were shocking and heartbreaking. Just have a look at that video on your way out. It is heartbreaking what people are going through in this city. It's heartbreaking. But thank you. We will also engage with the Minister. I think we have an arrangement to meet with her on a biannual basis. And we will also raise the Solplaiki issue in particular with the Minister and the Deputy Minister and so on. But thank you. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your attendance. Thank you. You are released. Thank you. The next, the AG, Mr. Baloy. You are next. Right, Commissioner Kwinana.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Baloy, may I have you stand? Your full names, please. Your age. Is it the oath or the affirmation? Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath? Will you please use the mic just for our streaming?
No, I don't have a problem.
Yeah, no, do you want to hear any feedback?
It's working?
Yes, it's working.
Okay, okay.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
If that is so, please raise your right hand and so help me God.
Save me God.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kwinana. Let me indicate it's the third time that I'm meeting with Mr. Baloy. And Commissioner Kwinana, you will agree with me afterwards that the information we're going to get from Mr. Baloy is always very helpful and honest. And he always provides us with information that we can use. So, Mr. Baloy, thank you so much. I'm going to request you just to address us on the state of local government in the province, also with regards to their audit opinions. Dr. Wright sitting over there, she's an academic from the Dalauma Institute, and she's also one of our advisors. Many of these municipal managers over the last 2 days were so happy with their qualified audit opinions, telling us, hey, over the last 10 years we've shown improvement. We had a qualified audit opinion in 2014. We still have a qualified audit opinion in 2025, but we are improving. I want you to tell the people out there that a qualified audit opinion is not an improvement. People must understand that. And that is what our advisor this morning also emphasized. So thank you so much, Mr. Baloy. Once again, you are always someone who we can rely on. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. I'd like to greet you first, Chair of the committee and all the panel members and all the colleagues that are present at this hearing. Yes, as I've already indicated, my name is Charles Baloy from the Office of the Auditor General, responsible for the Northern Cape office. Maybe firstly, I'll start with our mission as the Office of the Auditor General, just for everyone to understand what is our mandate. So we are there as an office in terms of the Constitution, and we are there to enable oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector. And we do that through we've got a constitution, we've got a Public Audit Act, which give us to say what are some of the things that we need to do, which we need to focus on 3 areas as the Office of the Auditor General. We focus on the financial statements, just to ensure that the money that they get from government, they've got systems to spend that money. They've got controls in place to spend the money. Then number 2, we look at compliance with laws and regulations. There's a lot of laws that we've got Municipal Systems Act, we've got MFMA and all these other regulations. So we look at legislation that is linked to the financial statements. Are you complying with that? And the one that is linked to this hearing, Chair, is the one on the predetermined objectives, whereby we look at when government come to at different municipalities, they've got the plans for the 5 years to say this one to achieve. Then they've got SDB on the yearly basis. So we come as agency, when the municipality submit the financial statements, they submit the annual performance report, which talks about, for example, I'll give you an example, maybe in this case, if Coxstar say they're going to build 2,000 houses, then when I measure them to say what is it that they've actually achieved at the end and audit that. So, but the main reason why we are doing this is to make sure that we empower the oversight. So the legislatures, we do a lot of work, Chair, in terms of, even before we release our outcome, we go and meet with Troika, we meet with Premier, we meet with MEC Finance, we meet with MEC Coxstar, just to share with them what is actually happening with local government, what are some of the weaknesses. Then also go and meet with the legislature, where we meet with the speaker, deputy speaker, the chair of SCOPA, and also the chair of chairs, where we also brief them on the local government, what is, because we want those stakeholders to do something about these findings. Whatever that we identified, we want them to go, and at some stage, even the Auditor General goes to Parliament and present to SCOPA and so forth. Because we want whatever that we've identified as the Office of the Auditor General is addressed. Because at the end, if some of these things are not addressed, at the end it's going to affect the citizens. So I think that's why every year, and I think you've seen in the in 2019, we've got now the amendment to the Public Audit Act, whereby we look at the past, we issue this thing every year, the findings, but nothing is happening. And irregular expenditures being unauthorized, no services are provided to the citizens, and we ended up getting this material regularity, which I think I'll talk about the context of the service delivery. One of the things that we've introduced, Chair, is we look at accountability ecosystem. We say we look at government, there's a lot of stakeholders out there. You've got officials, you've got senior managers, you've got municipal managers supported by internal audit and audit committees, you've got council, you've got MPECs, you've got a mayor, you've got a provincial legislature, you've got parliament, you also have community departments like Coxstar, like Treasury, and also Office of the Premier. All these people then, the accountability ecosystem, they need to play their role, so that at the end, I think what we spoke about earlier on in terms of the impact on the citizens, that must be avoided. So because each and every one, when they perform their roles and responsibilities, it means that local government will do as we're supposed to do. But if any of these stakeholders is not doing what it's expected to do, either the CFO, the MM, or the mayor, or the council, it means that the local government won't achieve its mandate. So I think that's why we introduced this, and I think it's there in your slides. But I won't be going through each and every slide because of the time, so I'll choose some of the slides to go to. The one that I want to touch on is, I think, slide 6, which talks about the audit outcome. I think we asked us to do it for the last 3 years. Yeah, Northern Cape, we're not doing well in terms of the audit outcome. You can see, look at 21, 22, we said with about clean audits, about 4 of them. Then in 2022, 23, that reduced to 3. And now in 23, 24, we're sitting with 2. But what is said, Chair, is that all these clean audits are more on the district level, which are not providing services. Mostly when you look at the current, it's Francis Bart and Namakwa. Those districts, and I think it's a question that was raised earlier on to Mr. Linkwe, those municipalities are not providing services. So we want to see the local municipalities getting clean, because in terms of our new strategy as the Office of the Auditor General, one of the things that we are passionate and something that we're doing is to shift the public sector culture. because of things that are not happening. And one of the things that we're doing, we want the municipalities to be doing good, okay? And we do good to subscribe to, we call something called party principle. Performance, it means in terms of providing services to the citizens based on a mandate and in terms of the finances that we are having. They need to subscribe to accountability in terms of accounting for your own decisions. The third one is transparency in terms of making sure that you provide information that is credible. And the last one is institutional integrity in terms of doing the right things, comply to all laws and regulations, and do what is right. So if, let's say, one day municipality go to that stage, and by doing that, you need to be doing good. But you look at Northern Cape currently, most municipalities are doing harm. They actually not, and I think you'll see as we talk about. And it's linked to the position that I'm talking about, because when you look at the current audit outcome, we're sitting with about 20 municipalities that got qualified opinion. And check and confirm, qualified is not a good opinion, it's a modified opinion. So it means that if you got qualified opinion, you have not complied with the reporting framework, which is GRAP. You have not complied with all laws and regulations. You have not even complied with whatever that you've set up as a municipality in terms of the predetermined objectives. So that is actually worrying. But what is also concerning, also have 3 disclaimers in the province. A disclaimer, it means that as the Office of the Auditor General can't even provide an opinion in those financial statements, because we don't have evidence for us to provide the evidence, to provide the opinion in those instances. Even the unqualified is also not a good opinion, Chair, because when you're sitting with unqualified opinion, it means that you might also have issues on service delivery issues. You might have issues on compliance. Even in most instances, most municipalities are not even submitting the credible financial statements. You have to audit as the AG, then after that we allow them to make adjustments. That's why they move to unqualified. So when you look at all the municipalities that are sitting there, the 6 municipalities, about 4 of those municipalities have to make adjustments to the financial statements. So this is not, and we look at the budget, we also shared with you the budget. The budget for the local government is about 12 billion in the Northern Cape. Then we look at the municipality that actually doing, received qualified, unqualified and clean is about only 23%. So meaning that most municipalities that actually spending the biggest chunk of the budget are sitting at about qualified and also disclaim, which is about almost 77%, which is not a good picture, because it means that if you get qualified, it means that you don't have controls for you to spend the money, you don't have systems to spend the money according to what government wanted to spend that money. So that's why I just wanted to confirm. And what is also worrying, Chair, is that the municipalities in this province, they use consultants. There's about 150 million that was used on consultants. But when we come as AGSA, the 20 that have been qualified, they use almost about 90 million of consultants, but they still got qualified. So it means that we are just throwing the money down the drain, and not actually, that money could have actually been used for service delivery. So that's one of the things that we identified. The other one is these financial health issues in the province. So you've got most of about 15 municipalities that whatever services that they bill to the customers, they only recover about 80% of that. So they can't recover 100% of what is owed to them. Most municipalities, and we spoke about maintenance, most municipalities are actually spending below the 8% of what is said by the National Treasury. So most municipalities, their assets are less than their liabilities. The expenditure is sitting with a deficit. So that is what it characterizes Northern Cape in terms of the financial health. And I wanted to share this because you cannot divorce the financial health from the challenges that are taking place in the province in terms of service delivery and so on. Yeah. And I think I did provide to you, there's a table that shows that which municipalities got which opinion in the current year. And we look at the 23-24, there was actually a regression. There was about 6 municipalities that regressed. Like, for example, you look at that table, ZFM Kau used to get clean audit, they moved to unqualified. You've got David Kraper, Hantam, Karoo Auckland, that were sitting as unqualified in the previous years, now they're sitting as qualified appeals. We're sitting with 2 municipalities that actually regress from qualified to disclaimer, Karierberg and Tanzabani. So, but also have some that actually improve from qualified to unqualified, like Katsukhwanyana, Namakoi, and Joe Morolong. So those is actually the outcome of the province. But I also gave some of the reasons on why there's these unqualified qualified opinions. Some of them talk about record keeping, instability. So I know Mr. Linkwe usually there's about 7 municipality vacancies on the municipal level, which they second the people to assist those municipalities. But we also have about 10 positions on the CFO level that are vacant in different municipalities. We also have issues. The biggest one, Chair, that I'm also worried about is revenue. The biggest qualification in all these municipalities is revenue. Even Solplaiki. So what is happening is that the municipalities can't provide services, but they can't actually bill their customers. So we sit with a lot of transactions where you can see that they've not billed. I know we forgot about 4,000 transactions where the customers are never billed in that particular year. So then, but they're facing challenges in terms of the finances, pay ESCOM, the water, and all that. But they're actually not billing. There's about 17 municipalities that are actually not billing, where we qualify them on revenue. So I think those are some of the things that we identify which is driving this unqualified. Then also shared with you on the performance information that talks to service delivery. So when you look at that, about 8 municipalities are actually doing well. Most is also the district, about 4 of those municipalities are district. The others, we also made adjustments like Macharing and David Grape and so forth. We made adjustments to whatever that they submitted, meaning that the information that was submitted to the AG was not accurate, was not credible. Therefore, we have to identify errors that they have to make corrections. But look at there, in 2023-24, about 22 municipalities submitted the annual performance report, which has material findings. So it means that they were qualified. So, meaning that it's difficult for us because if they have material misstatements, you don't know what they are reporting, whether it's accurate or not. Whatever that goes to the public at the end is not information that is accurate. So people cannot use that information to make informed decisions. There was also what is the improvement that has taken place. So, look at 22-23, there's about 4 municipalities, I think it was Siatemba, Sianguma, Ubuntu, and Ronosterberg, that have not even submitted the annual performance report, which for us to audit the service delivery at that particular municipalities. At least in 23-24, Siatemba, Sianguma, and Ubuntu submitted, and only left with Ronosterberg that still have not submitted in 23-24. Because whatever that I'm sharing here, I'm sharing for 30 June 2024, because we're currently auditing the 2025. So, and some of the challenges that we are seeing there, I think slide 10, is that about 16 municipalities, they don't report information that is accurate. It means that someone, let's take the example that I was talking about earlier on, like if Mr. Linkwe said I'm going to provide 100 houses, for example, then the municipalities will report that they've actually achieved
5 minutes, please.
Okay, five houses. Then, but which that information is not actually accurate. When we go back and look at evidence, and we see that that information is not accurate. Others, they don't even include the indicators that link to their mandate. Like for example, one municipality didn't include indicators relating to provision of roads, which was not as part of the annual performance report. So I gave you a lot of examples, especially Solplaiki. I think most of the things that we mentioned here, Solplaiki, there was this issue on Kocha Pump, whereby I think we spoke about the spillage of, so it's one of the things that we've identified as part of our audit, and as part of our mandate, also raise the material regularity, where we give an accounting officer an opportunity for them to correct that. So even now, this year, we're still seeing that has not been corrected. So meaning that the pump station, they don't work properly, then the sewer actually spill to, I think at some stage, you remember even that road up 21 actually got blocked because of the water is not pumped, then it just goes to the field. Diverted to the field, the grazing area was affected, the houses were affected. So we raise the material regularity. And if they don't do anything in the current year, then also refer that to the Department of Water and Sanitation. So we gave some examples. We also the one of the provision of electricity. In some other instances, they promised to provide electricity, they have not done that. The water losses is the biggest issue of Solplaiki. I think we also included that information, where they're sitting with about 66% of the water that's actually lost. So which means that every day there's pipe that are bursting, there's water that is going to the field and so forth. And at the end that affect the people because you don't have water. Wake up in the morning, you can't actually have water to take shower or to cook and so forth because the pipe is burst and so forth. So we included that, and we also gave the example for Joe Murolong. There's some of the issues there. Maybe in closing, Chair, on the time that the others, I think you can go through that information. But what I want to share is that what we've done in the previous, in 2023-24, we also looked at indigent to say that what are the people that's supposed to get those free services? Are they getting those services? And we've seen that most of the people are not getting that. So you find that people that must get the free water, they must get free electricity, they're not getting there. So the specific funds that come from National Treasury, which is meant specifically for province, about 1.4 billion. For the people that are indigent, they must get free water, free electricity, but they're not getting that in the province. So, but what we've seen that in some other instances, you find that the people that are not supposed to be indigent are actually getting the indigent services. Like, for example, free water, and the person is working and is getting a salary. So those are some of the deficiencies that we've identified. But all the things we engage with the mayors and the communities. Where the communities come in is that every year, around the 31st of January, we go in all the municipalities and we table our reports, which include these findings, to the councils, which include, the council must also include the citizens. So the citizen must come also form part of that, so they can see what are some of the issues that we've identified when the council tabled the annual report. I think I'll leave it there, but I've shared with you the presentation, which include other information that might assist you. Thanks.
Well done. Thank you, Mr. Baloy. That you've provided us with extremely helpful information, which we can refer to in our report. I don't have any questions for you, Mr. Weingart.
No.
No questions. Okay. Commissioner Kwinana. Nice.
Thank you. You've really shared a lot of information. But what could be useful for this engagement is the resolution, and I'm looking at your slide number 28, which speaks to material irregularities, and I think that's where you've got two recommendations. Number one being Regulation 11, subsection 2, intervention. Maybe if you can just explain it further there, and also the MIU evaluation.
Okay. Well, I think what happens there is that
Please use the mic, Mr. Baloy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, what happens is that we've used this in one municipality in the province. I think it was SAHRC, whereby, you remember, in terms of the material regularity, we first issued a finding to the accounting office. I think that was written to the record keeping because they got a disclaimer at that point in time. Then they needed input, so they submitted the audit action plan to say they're going to deal with the issues on the record keeping in terms of Section 62 of MFMA. Then when we looked at, during the audit to identify that they've not done that, then we issue the material regularity. Then that material regularity, we still give the accounting office an opportunity to still indicate to the AG on where are the records that they've promised that they'll provide. Then we still didn't identify, there was no records that was provided. Then it went to recommendation stages. Then those recommendations, we included in the audit report. I think when you go to the audit report of SAHRC, you'll see the recommendations that are actually included in the audit report. So the public can see what is actually happening in terms of that. But now, if let's say you fail in terms of the recommendation stages, in terms of the regulations on the Public Audit Act, then you can use a Section 11 intervention, where it means that you now take it from the municipality and you give it to the province. So it means that the premier, so what we've done in terms of that, then we elevated to the premier. So premier, here is all the actions that must be taken by the municipality. The municipality has failed. So can you intervene, premier? So we give it to the premier, supported by the MEC Finance and also the MEC Coxter. Then that's where then I think we elevated this on to the premier for him to ensure that now the premier must now write a report to the Auditor General to say what kind of interventions that they will be implementing in that department to remedy some of the issues that we identified. So that's one, but there's a recommendation in terms of the material irregularity.
Okay.
Yes.
Now this would speak to how many years of having been doing that? In terms of our regulation, these MIs, we've raised it in, I think it was in 2020. Okay, in 2020, we've raised the material regularity. But in terms of our regulations, it gives provisions to say that, okay, there's time that the county officer must respond. There's a time where
the accounting officer must, in terms of the recommendations, which must be given the opportunity. Sometimes they'll give you 6 months. But what was the issue here, Chair, is that when looking at Kharib, there was issues about instability. Okay, where because our regulations require us that if, for example, there was an accounting officer and that accounting officer leave the, and I think Mr. Link will know because there's a lot of people there, then the new one that comes, you need to give him an opportunity again, additional time for them to. So there was about, I think, 4 or 5 people that were acting until they appoint, I think last year, June, they appointed the new municipal manager. So it took a lot of time, it was delayed because of those people that are changing on a regular basis. Then we need to give them the opportunity, because it will be unfair that someone just come when they were acting, and now we just now come with recommendations and say, no, this thing now, if we don't implement it now, then we take it to the next level. So I think that's what delayed. We issued in 2020, but I think for the 2 years now, we've been engaging with the Premier for them to actually write a report to the Auditor General to see what is it that they will be doing to address, to remedy the situation.
Yeah, Chair, you've said something so difficult now to navigate, because you say must.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to comprehend. You've now heard the previous witnesses who are saying that 2014, these challenges were reported. You say in 2020, the fact that somebody has moved from a position does not by no means remove the recommendation that a Chapter 9 institution has made. And whoever comes into that position assumes the responsibility fully. You cannot by no means say that, no, I don't know. And I'm still trying to find my way with regard to saying, because human rights continue to be violated. And that's where I'm coming from. Is it, our recommendation to a certain extent that we are grappling with now with the panel, as Chair has said, is to declare some of, especially Salt Lake municipality, a provincial disaster, right? Now, having said that, is that your summation as well of what has been happening in the province? Regard is had to the number of instances that we have now realized that there hasn't been compliance because there hasn't been proper submissions of documentation that ought to have been part of saying. Is that your summation, or are you saying that there's still an opportunity for the province to redeem itself?
Yeah, I think for me, as I've indicated, our role as the agency, we identify the issues that I've already alluded to in terms of yes, I know there's some municipalities that are struggling. The finances, I think I've already spoke about the financial health. I spoke about the issues that they are struggling with service delivery. But from our side, what we've done, as I've indicated, one of the things in terms of the strategy is to how do we influence differently. And I think in terms of even the MIs, we've seen a lot of changes in terms of the material regulatory rates. I think when you look at the slide, you can see about 18 have been resolved, meaning that in some other instances, these accounting officers are starting to act on this. But in terms of the Solplaiki, we've actually worked with the municipality now, especially in the current year, whereby we actually trying to resolve some of the issues that happened in that municipality. Like even this issue of the revenue that's not been billed. We actually gave them the report to say these are all the transactions that have not been. So make sure that when we come for the audit in the next year, we want to see you start billing these customers, because that will also, on the other side, also improve the financial health of the municipality. But I think that we can only confirm after the current, because we're currently busy with the audit in the current year. We'll confirm that. But in terms of the municipality under the provincial, I think that is a responsibility of COGSTA, that it can come in terms of the different interventions, either the seconding or the financial recovery plans or the dissolving the council. That is purely their responsibility. I don't think for us it's just to raise these findings and engage with different people in the accountability ecosystem, and also how can we influence differently. So I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so having recommended, you're saying that the role then goes to COGSTA to then take it forward.
Yes.
So you're not worried for 2025
No, as I've saying that if there's certain instances, like for example, we're worried about, based on the supply chain challenges that we've seen at the municipality, like we know there's an amount of about 2.5 billion that they are getting. So what we've done, we said, for us to make sure that we identify the issues earlier, and I think I did indicate to the commission previously that we said, let us maybe just audit this amount as it comes through. So we don't have to wait until the end of when they spend 2.5, then we come back, say it's a regular, this. So we are actually now, as we audit, even in the current year, they're auditing the 2.5 billion, the expenditure, the supply chain, so that if there's any red flags, we can actually identify them in the car. So, as I've indicated, we worked with supply for, after we signed off the previous audit, on a lot of issues, even the landfill sites and so forth. And we'll see in the current year where those things that we've shared with them for them to make changes where it will be realized. So I can only indicate in the current year based on the audit process. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Baloyi. Thank you, Chair.
Just for the record, Mr. Baloyi, the material irregularity for Solplaatjie, what was it for? And do you have a status update for us?
Okay, we had about 4 material irregularities at Solplaatjie.
Right.
There was the first one that was talking to the interest that was not paid. They accumulated because they didn't pay ESCOM on time. That one, we resolved that material irregularity because of the ESCOM, they entered into this debt relief and they're actually getting some kind of, I know even the current date they've got some amount that was written off. So that is one of the material irregularity that was resolved. Then there's another one, this one of Kocha Pump, is the one that environmental material irregularity, is the one where we're saying that I think the pump stations are not working, and I think maybe it links to where the spillage of the sewer and so forth. So that links to that, because the pump stations are not operating, then the sewer is actually diverted to the houses and also the field and so forth. So that one, last year they gave us plans, because when we assess the material irregularity, they give us plans to say what is it that we'll be doing to sort out the pumps. They need to repair the pumps. Then last year we said no, they are taking appropriate action. But in the current year, when we go back there, we see it's still not working. So now is the one that we're saying we need to now take further steps. So we need to engage with another unit within the Auditor General, the material, the committee within the agency to decide what do we do with this, because they've not taken appropriate steps. And I think for me, we know about there's a lot of other pump stations that are not working in the province, but we thought that when they deal with this on Kocha Pump, then they'll deal with the others. Then there was another one on the overpayment. The overpayment of the service provider, where they've actually paid the service provider without the work that was done. So we actually, on that one, then the account officer the municipal manager was going to recover that money from that service provider. But I think last year we were of the view that they will be able to recover that money. But in the current year, we've seen that there's no money that has been recovered. Then that one also want to take it forward. So those are some of the material irregularities that we've raised at Solplaatjie.
Justifies being declared as a disaster, not only a disaster area. The 2 clean audits were for Francis Bard and the one in Namakwa. What is the name of that?
It's Namakwa District.
Namakwa District.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Those are. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Baloyi. You did not disappoint. You've really assisted the Commission with very helpful information that will take us forward in finalizing the report and agreeing on the recommendations we would like to make. Thank you so much once again for coming. The next, I think it's a public protector, if I'm not mistaken. Salga. And the provincial chairperson is in attendance, I'm told. Welcome, Chair. We're going to ask you very tough questions. You are the custodian of the challenges. All right. Thank you. Please take yours. Oh, Commissioner Queen.
Thank you, Chair. May I please have your full names for the record?
My name is Lulamile. My surname is Nkombi.
Your age, please?
55.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Oath.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Please pass over the mic.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Provincial
commissioners.
head.
Yes.
Thank you. Your full names, please.
My name is Madeleine Leslie Brandt.
Your age.
I'm 49 years of age.
Apologies, you know.
It's
It
fine.
is what it is.
Yes. It's okay.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
I'll take the oath, ma'am.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, not at all.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, indeed.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Must
Oh, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much, Chair. Both sworn in.
Thank you, Commissioner Kwinana. Right, Chair, we have received your presentation. Just for the record and for purposes of the people watching at home, I'm going to request probably the provincial head will take us through the presentation. Just to summarize, let's give you 10 minutes or so just to summarize the challenges that SAHRC has identified in the province. I know that from your side, you also pressurize your municipalities, you have regular meetings and so on. But we would also like to just to understand what kind of support is SAHRC providing to our local municipalities in particular. You know, we received testimony from the district municipalities that they are not doing much for the locals, very little, although they convinced us about the odd technical support that is provided, very little is really done to support locals in the province. But how is SAHRC assisting local municipalities in the province? If you can focus on what you've identified, what are the challenges, probably funding, I know, to protect municipalities, that will be your main challenge that you identify, but also how are you supporting them? You cannot support them financially, they support you financially. All right, I also worked in government as an MM, I know. All right, please proceed. Do you want to do some introductory remarks? Sorry, Chair.
I think I will do.
Perfect. Let's do it.
Thanks, Chair. Chair of the Commission, Dr. Boshoff, Commissioner and esteemed participants, thank for your invitation for the SAHRC Northern Cape to participate in the importance inquiry, the state of service delivery in our province. We recognize the constitution mandate of South African Human Rights Commission to monitor and promote the realization of human rights, and we value this platform for constructive engagement. SAHRC is established under Section 163 of the Constitution and the Organized Local Government Act of 1997. As the recognized voice of local government, our mandate is to represent, support, and capacitate municipality so that they can fulfill their obligation under Section 152 of the Constitution, which include provide sustainable basic services, promoting social and economical development, and encouraging community participation. It is important to clarify that SAHRC does not deliver services directly. Our role is enabling and facilitate. We strengthen municipality system governance and capacity through advocacy, technical support, and capabilities building programs. In the Northern Cape, our work has focused on the supporting municipality in these areas such as water and sanitation, that is technical advice, and planning support to improve compliance and operational readiness. Electricity, coordinated readiness for the TID rollover, ensuring continuity of prepaid electricity vending and revenue promotion, waste management, operational guidance and compliance support to improve refuse collection and landfill management, local economic development, LED strategies reviews, investment, profiling and small town regeneration initiatives, human settlement and land use, that is Pluma compliance training and advice to strengthen lawful land use decisions, governance and oversights, councillor induction, ethics training and impact strengthening to improve accountability and consequence management. We appreciate the opportunity to share insights on the systematic challenges affecting service delivery and the measures we have implemented to support municipality in addressing these challenges. We trust that this engagement will contribute to strengthen local government and advancing the realization of socio-economic rights in our province. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for the encouragement as well. Thank you, Chairperson. Provincial Head?
Thank you so much.
Just on the issues that I've raised, just focus on those, please.
I will
Thank you.
definitely do so, Commissioner. If I can then move on to shortcomings and gaps, and I want to indicate this is high level that we're presenting, and it is indicative of what we perceive as the, if I can, state, it's not truly defined, but how we perceive the 31 municipalities within our province. What we would say, what we face at the moment is that there is, in terms of cost of service delivery versus population density and distance, it's an issue for us. The cost to render services in our province is, I think it's been alluded to previously, it is higher than what you would do in your more dense provinces like your Gauteng or other, or even maybe in pockets of the Western Cape. So that is an issue for us, and it's not always considered when funding is allocated, to the province, whether it's at a local government level or at a provincial or national level. Then we are also faced with the attraction and retention of critical technical skills. We've heard of critical vacancies, especially in the financial space of our municipalities. Leading your finance departments as CFOs, we're not able to attract and retain. We sometimes attract, but to retain is a challenge. When you look at the vastness of the province and sometimes the location of some of our municipalities, make an example. If you would qualify for a CFO at a municipal level, you're a skilled individual with a certain set of skills that you can maybe, render services in a city. So when you then come to a local municipality, there's challenges maybe in access to the type of schooling you want your children to go to, aspects around maybe the healthcare facilities around the area. Those becomes then drawbacks where you would see almost people will come, they will taste it out, but then they will move maybe back to areas where there is more urbanized and where there's maybe more opportunities, maybe from a recreational perspective or just from a, from a living standard perspective. But that is truly affecting us, and we would say that with the attraction and retention of skill, it impacts on leadership in your institution. And most of the challenges that we hear here, a lot of it, if you have sustained and consistent leadership in these pockets, some of these situations can be addressed. But if there is shifts, on a continuous basis, it does impact on the sustainability of the institution. We also are saying that definitely the local government funding model must be reviewed. And there is in fact a study that SAHRC has undertaken, and it's been made public through our lobbying platforms where we are propagating. It's an in-depth study that has gone into to say if a municipality must comply with all of these constitutional mandates and comply with the compliance set that rules that there is, this is technically how much a municipality should be funded, or this is how it should be funded. And the study indicates that you'd need to look almost to a 71% increase in terms of what is allocated to local government, from the national fiscus. As I'm saying, it's even a study that we can share with the Commission. It is quite bulky, but we can do so because we've undergone that study. We also are saying in the province itself, we have a low revenue base. If you look at the indigent population, some municipalities, in some of their wards, they will collect 4,000 per month. And if you look at it, it's about 60 to 70% of people that is on your indigent list. And it becomes very difficult then for the municipality to remain a going concern. We are also saying that there is insufficient billing practices, meaning not everybody is always billed by our municipalities, and it's a weakness that can be addressed, and there's support that is readily available, from stakeholders around the table. Also, the issue of credit control, especially in relation to your Eskom supplied areas, where, in certain municipalities, if you don't pay, they will switch off your electricity, and it will force you so to pay. But if you don't have that as a means to force payment, and Eskom is maybe not always on the same page when it comes to that, it becomes a problem because you're rendering services but you're not getting anything back in return. Unlike, and I think the point must make for municipalities to exist, you need to generate an income. It's not like provincial departments where the money is sort of ring fenced and you get it. For municipalities, you need to generate income from the citizens or the municipal inhabitants that you serve, and if they're not able to pay, it impacts on you remaining a going concern. We are also saying there is aged and insufficient infrastructure in terms of demand and supply. These are systemic issues, these historical issues, and it's been coming on for some time, but obviously it's because there has been neglect around these areas for years, and now it's sort of catching up with us in that way. We are also talking of unfunded budgets that are reality in our province. I think we're hovering above 70% on an annual basis, and this is not healthy, but it also points to the fact that there's just low revenue base, and we are not able to translate necessarily the if I can call it, the main drivers of the provincial economy. We can't really translate that in pure economic growth at municipal level in terms of how the economy is structured. Then we are saying where there's also limited capability in linking planning to relevant data points at municipal level. And when we are saying, when we sit with our IDPs, when we go and we have those engagements, a lot of that, it is based maybe on what we want. But when we look at the true information to support that and to support executive decision making, it's not always fully data backed because we don't always have that capability of planning at the level, especially of our municipalities. I also would want to then move on to say that there's also what we find, and I think for us this is critical, that there's limited and fragmented government-wide planning efforts and sustainable implementation. And the point that we're making here, the DDM model is there as a guide to support us to plan together. It is still, we're not where we want to be, so you would still find that provincial departments and maybe national departments and municipalities are not planning together. And in that, there's a lot of wastage of resources. There's also, areas of opportunities that is not fully exploited. And this is something that we think it can have, quick win solutions if we can just all come together. But we do take into consideration planning cycles differ, budget cycles differ. However, we feel there is a need, for us to pause and to bring about this joint planning and to ensure sustainable implementation at the end of the day. We are also going on and to look, when you look at our municipal force itself, we would say that there's a limited blend of excellent municipal capability. And what we mean by that is to say that when you look at the municipal workforce in terms of, if I can say, intergenerational representation, it's maybe, it's lacking in that way, and also the application of digital tools maybe to support and improve service delivery. We heard so much of water losses and and leakages and all of that, and there's maybe digital tools that can support. So we are propagating to say that in some of these issues it's not warm bodies, but if we use reliable systems, we would be able to enhance the citizen experience of municipal citizens in the Northern Cape. I then would want to move on in terms of the letter that is bringing to some of the high-level gaps that I've identified, and just to say from a SAHRC perspective, what is the overview of some of the measures that we've been taken. Can make available, we've done like a 4 or 5 year legacy report that we can share with you, but what I'm going to share now is more to do with just in the past financial year, maybe straddling a bit of this financial year. We would say that as SAHRC we recognize that we're part of an ecosystem, and for us to truly lobby and advocate and represent our members, we need to be an active player and contributor within the broader ecosystem of the Northern Cape government and stakeholder reality, and we play that part proudly. So where we come to various forums, we lobby, we put the issues of the system on the table, and we try and find amicable ways in trying to unblock maybe challenges in the system, but also to see how we can complement the various efforts that is there to strengthen local government. We would want to say that we've had the PEC of SAHRC, which is comprised of members of local government, have visited all of the 5 districts in this province, where we've distilled the challenges as highlighted by the district municipality, supported by the municipalities, and that in turn feeds into our annual planning cycle when we take issues for consideration. And some of those issues relate, for instance, to what we've just said, the funding model. It relates to fiscal sustainability and revenue enhancement, capacity building, institutional strengthening. These are some of the themes that are coming out when we engage our members, and we in turn then go back, we put it, if I can call it, into a little machine, and it spits out for us solutions that we can bring back to these municipalities. So what we want to then say here is that we support both the political and the administrative component of municipalities through knowledge sharing and capacity building, and what we will have is we will have forums where at a technical level where we will basically bring solutions pertaining to issues in the space to municipalities through your municipal managers forum. We have the human resources practitioners forum, and then a structure that has been launched, I think it's almost over a year now. It's the Provincial Technical Forum, where we get all the technical managers of the municipalities together. And if you look and hear, basic service delivery is a challenge, and here we bring all of the technical managers together with supporting municipal departments, but also like a water research commission that come on board. They bring information and also capacity building programs on board, and some of these challenges are taken up. I want to pause here and to say, maybe if we look in terms of a success story, is to say that through the various platforms that SAHRC has hosted, the Solplaatje University and the Water Research Commission has joined up, and they formed a partnership in the establishment of an ARID center located at the Solplaatje University, and it is aimed to make sure that they support the province as an ARID province, a water scarce province with a relevant technical capability, but also to make sure that we skill and upskill the colleagues already in the system. I do, Commissioner, if I'm allowed, then maybe just to go on to the extent of the success, because I think it's also an element you wanted us to talk on. And again, here I'm just talking for the past year alone. We have been able to operationalize 4 memorandum of understanding as SAHRC with the Solplaatje University in strengthening capability, short courses for councillors, for officials, to strengthen them in making them more capable in executing their duty. There's also MOU with the community college, where we hope to train 5 of our councillors, female councillors that do not possess matric, and hopefully before they exit the system they would be able to at least have obtained matric certificate. Then we have the South African Roads Federation that's bringing on technology to support those colleagues that is maintaining roads within the municipal space through capacity building, and then a renewal of the MOU with the provincial legislature to strengthen oversight when it comes to municipalities, so that we have joint efforts. I also would want to say that we are proud to say that we've trained 940 if I can call it, people in the space, but I just want to qualify 499 councillors and 441 staff members have received training only in this past year on various elements, pertaining to making our municipalities more able and more equipped to deliver on its constitutional mandate. We do want to say that we pride ourselves that we have 100% success rate when we represent municipalities in labour cases. We also have that where we represent the municipality in disciplinary cases, and we are proud to announce that wherever we take it on, it's 100% success rate because of the kind of preparation that we do. We have so far 17 municipalities. We fully supported in cleaning up the indigent system where we find duplicate of addresses, duplicate ID numbers, so we support them in that. Then we've heard the STID rollover, that is the smart meter rollover. We've supported the team led by Coxter, but we played an active role in that. And then, Commissioners, if I'm allowed to say, one of, I think, the success stories we would want to bring to the table here, and it links a bit with revenue enhancement, is to say that we've successfully, I think, put the issue of independent power producers on the political agenda to such an extent where we've resolved the matter where rates and tax around IPPs were not effectively captured within the municipal system, and there was a cry out to us around that, because we would note that a lot of these IPPs are on agricultural land where the tax determination is different. However, when they put those turbines up, it become a different sort of a zone, and we were able to unblock that and translating into freeing up then rates and tax coming to municipalities.
Are you almost done?
Yes.
Done. Thank you.
Yes, I'll stop there. I'll stop there.
Cool.
Okay.
I'll start with a few questions. The first one is your membership fees or your affiliation fees. What are we looking at? We did receive testimony from one municipality that the fees are quite exorbitant. I must indicate that I also used to work for a metropolitan municipality, and I remember I was in local government until the end of 2013. Those fees were quite exorbitant. What are we looking at for different grades of municipalities in the province? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I anticipated that. I think we were all tuned into YouTube, so I was waiting on that to come. Just to indicate that in terms of SAHRC's funding model, and this has been coming on for years, 91% of SAHRC's funding come from levies, from municipalities. I'll give a breakdown. 6% of the funding comes from the national fiscus directly, and then the remainder 4% is donor funding or sponsorships. Now, when you come to the levy collection, every municipality is billed based on their annual employee cost for that particular year. So it's not a flat rate that we apply. It depends on your employee cost for that year, and then it will be 1% of your employee cost, and we will then times it with the CPI Consumer Price Index as declared by Stats for that particular year, and that is how we will determine your. I'll make an example. That's how we will determine your levy. So every municipality, depending on the warm bodies, basically as the employee corps, we will then do a determination, and that is just how the funding model of SAHRC has been ever since it came into effect. And then just to indicate, and I want to bring it to the Northern Cape in particular, I can maybe indicate the biggest contributor for levies is our Solplaatje municipality, and they pay to us annually around about just over 9 million. They've made they've got a payment arrangement where they pay us every month. Without the levy, SAHRC would not be able to exist, to put it bluntly. Just in the Northern Cape itself, we want to say we have a total annual budget of 35 million, 35.6 million. Employee-related costs it's 25 million. It's 72%. But we would note that it's the kind of work that we do. It's advisory, it's support, it's representation. So it's pegged at a human intent sort of level. And then we would have program costs around about 4.3 million, administrative costs 5.3 million, contracted services 200,000, and we have a staff complement of 26 staff members, a senior management team of 8 people, and we service the whole of the Northern Cape.
Right.
Thank you.
I think, well, the decision on the membership fees is obviously not taken at provincial level. It's a determination by your National Executive Committee. But I do think we need to register the fact that most of the municipalities in the province are indigent. They simply have difficulty to afford 500 odd thousand to pay, to pay for SAHRC membership fees. I do understand that you also have expenditure, and there's a lot of programs that you are rolling out. But I do think that seeing that municipalities, there's the HOD for Koksta, he has referred to financial challenges that even the provincial department is facing, that we cannot simply ignore the fact that a municipality must just pay 500 odd thousand rand, and that's small municipalities for membership. How do they source your support? Do they have to apply for it, request it, or do you provide it automatically?
Thank you, Commissioner. If you would allow me, I just want to come on the levy to indicate that I think as SAHRC, I think we don't have to be convinced that reliant on levies is not sustainable for us. And you would note that we got delisted as a Schedule 3 public entity, I think about a year ago, and that with that it allows us to diversify our sources of income, and the CFO has been tasked to see how they can source alternative to complement the funding. But for now, this is the model that we have until we're able to move on. To come in terms of the support that we render different type of support. There would be hands-on support where we will physically go to municipalities. I want to make here an example. We had in the province, I think about 4 or 5, the age is still here, municipalities that didn't submit the annual performance report as part of their annual financial statements. And it happened last year. We would then dispatch somebody that physically sat with those municipalities to do that. So it was not that they asked, we pick it up as a challenge, and we deployed resources. So that will be sort of your hands-on support. Then we will have support where we would do it via, if I can call it, remember now I indicated we meet with our municipalities, we harvest all of these inputs. We will then see what is the main challenges. I make an example, financial viability, revenue announcement. We will then generate a program, a support program, where we will roll out, it can either be via a workshop, it can be via training and all of that, where we bring maybe all 31 municipalities together, we invite them, we give them sort of a general support. Then at that level, we will link them up with service providers or people in the space, but that's more at the general level. Then there's the hands-on support, and then there is where we get calls almost sometimes on a daily basis, depending the period that we are in terms of the local government calendar, where we will then give telephonic advice. I can indicate in terms of our quarterly stats, we normally do interventions telephonically, email, around about 246 interventions per quarter, it hovers. That's when we know the MM would call, the CFO would call. There's also legal advice that we give via a particular system where they would have to apply for it. So what happens is they would approach us, and I want to make this point, even though municipalities are not paying levies, we as SAHRC don't say you're not in good standing, we're not helping you. We support all of the municipalities, no matter if they're in good standing or not. The only time when that comes into fact is when we at the Provincial Members Assembly, and members in good standing are the only ones entitled to vote on the adoption of our compliance documentation. But for the rest, we continue to capacitate to support municipalities, even though they might not be in good standing because of the reality that we face.
Thank you. I'm grateful that you have made, SAHRC in general, has made progress with regards to supporting municipalities with labour relations matter, and you said you had a 100% success rate. I remember when I was there, I was really pushing for SAHRC support, especially with regards to assistance with disciplinary hearings and representation at the bargaining council, and at that stage, SAHRC was very reluctant to provide that kind of support to municipalities. So I'm grateful for that support. How many cases more or less have you been involved with?
should I say, in a particular year?
In a
or
year, this is
in
the
a
last
year,
financial year.
Say we would be involved roundabout, and it might be what I will say, if I can call it like that, matters, okay?
Yeah.
Because sometimes the cases differ, it's appeal
Yeah.
and all of that.
Yeah.
Say we're looking roundabout, say 15, between 15, 25
Yeah.
cases, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that
A year.
we will attend to.
Obviously not enough, né? Seeing that you have how many municipalities in this province? 31. So it's not even one per municipality per year. I think it's something that SAHRC can really improve on. We received testimony, Chair and Provincial Head, from a municipality yesterday that an employee, a senior manager of municipality, was placed on special leave. I don't know what that is. It's not suspended. That we received evidence that he was placed on special leave for 7 years. 7 years. He then was reinstated by the council. In those cases, do you intervene and advise a municipality that, guys, you know, in terms of the collective agreements, you need to charge within a specific time? 7 years a person was sitting senior manager, sitting at home, doing absolutely bugger all. And the municipality and the residents had to pay for that. Do you identify those kinds of challenges in a municipality, and do you intervene?
I think the challenge that SAHRC's always had is that they would say we don't have teeth to bite, because what we can only do is we can bring the advice, we can share, we can impress upon, the risks involved, in that. But at the end of the day, if the advice is not taken, there's nothing that we can truly do. Instead of maybe continue to lobby and to go again, and to maybe sometimes call, if it is at administrative level, maybe call for at a political level for intervention. But when it comes to, and I think that is one of the matters that we've raised as SAHRC as an entity, is that we don't have that kind of, if I can say, teeth to necessarily bite. We have to rely on the goodwill and persuasion and influence, to make that happen.
Okay. Now, last one from me for now is you refer to the billing system of the challenges with the billing systems of municipalities and your involvement there and how you guide them and so on. The panel yesterday, and you watched the proceedings, we expressed our concern with municipalities, and we told them straight that municipal officials simply don't care. In some municipalities, municipal officials simply don't care about their communities. And the reason why we say this is many, and the complainants were sitting here yesterday, ordinary people telling us that we've lodged complaints, we send letters to the municipalities complaining about service delivery. We are simply being ignored. I use the example of a municipality in the Northwest Province. The municipal manager appeared before us at a subpoena hearing, where when we served the subpoena notice on the municipal manager, we wanted to serve it on him. Well, he wasn't there because he was too scared to go to the office. Our staff member was met by gunmen asking the person, what do you want? Why are you here? What do you want to do here? What is the purpose? Who sent you? Very aggressively. And I asked the MM, now, if an ordinary person goes to municipal offices to inquire about the correctness of the municipal account, are they also being met by gunmen, being treated like that? Most of them must be scared just to go to the offices. And if municipal officials don't care, and there's another municipality in this province, I was requested by the provincial office to accompany them to meet with the MM. If the day before, business people came to me, ordinary people came to me and they said, listen, our bills are not correct. In this province, our bills are incorrect. They are not reading the meters. It's a disaster. When we try to raise it with the municipality, they just refuse to meet with us. I then insisted that the MM should convene a town hall meeting with these concerned citizens and address the issue of billing. Billing in the province is not addressed. That is the reality. It's not addressed. I have personal experience of incorrect billing and municipalities simply not caring. And by extension, Chairperson, by extension, I want to make the statement here that municipal councillors also don't care about their communities. I want to make that statement here. Because obviously these community members who came to us also said, we go to our ward councillors, we raise these concerns, nothing is changing in the province. And I want the statement, Chair, and towards the end I would like you to address us on this when we conclude. Do municipal councillors in this province care about the ordinary people, people who are drowning in sewage in Solplaatje? I'm not sure from which municipality you come. People who are drowning in sewage. Do councillors actually care about their constituency? And I want you to, don't have to do it now because the other questions will come, but towards the end, if you can just brief us on that aspect. I'm very concerned about the political will in the province, especially with regards to local government service delivery. That is just a comment. The billing system of municipalities is a challenge. It is not correct. People are not, there's no proper proper client service, a friendly client service in municipalities or customer service where they can deal with these bills. And what is happening in reality is if your bill is incorrect, what are you going to do? You're not going to pay it. Not going to pay it. And I've been invited by many mayors in the country before my appointment here to advise them on how they should fix their municipalities. And I always say to them, focus on the basic services. Your municipality is a mess. Focus on water, sanitation, refuse removal immediate. Focus on the basics. But you need money to do that. So prioritize your billing system so that you have an accurate billing system to generate an income. And unfortunately, we are not seeing it in the province. Mr. Weingart?
Thank you, Chair. So the question is, we find that municipal managers are very reluctant to respond to communications from the Human Rights Commission. And we are tasked to subpoena and use our legislative powers. In those instances, if municipalities were to approach SAHRC for representation, what would your advice be, given that we have the human rights violations happening within municipalities? So that is the one question. And also, municipalities are faced with litigation, especially relating to the provision of basic services. What would SAHRC's advice be in those instances? And also, we are sitting with municipalities that needs to develop policies and bylaws, and to find that in a lot of instances they are not approaching it within a human rights lens and having consideration for the constitutional obligations and the Bill of Rights. So maybe just on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meijgaard. If you can just respond to those questions, please, Provincial Head.
Just to maybe to indicate, I will start by SAHRC's got an external legal services unit where we do support municipalities when it comes to certain aspects, legal aspects. However, it's limited capability that we have. We sort of, the office is in an infancy stage, located at the national office. So what we will do is we will hear municipalities and we will, where we can take it on, we will do take it on and support them. However, if capability is limited, we will try and support them maybe by other sort of relevant advice. In terms of representation of SAHRC at the level of Chapter 9 accountability, I would stand to be maybe corrected, but I do not think it's a position that SAHRC can assume, because I think technically, the accountability will be at the level of a municipality as an autonomous structure. However, the support maybe that can be required on the sidelines, I think it's something that SAHRC can do to maybe strengthen them in putting the case ahead. Then, in terms of the bylaws, I would want to say that some of the municipalities are reaching out to us as SAHRC to say we do want to look at bringing out bylaws, and we want you to be part of the initial discussions, or we're reviewing bylaws. Please come on board, and we would do so. We successfully supported, I think, if I can mention, 2 municipalities in district municipalities, indeed, to sort of to create tariffs, when we have the environmental health practitioners, when they go on to do those certificates of compliance, for food premises and all of that. Some municipalities are not charging a fee for that, but you will have a district municipality like Pixley-Kesema. I think they've generated over 2.6 million in the past financial year just on that service, and it's support that we as SAHRC sort of rendered, to make in terms of tariff structuring and all of that. So there are small sort of pockets, of success that we see. And in terms of bylaws, we do assist in terms of review and how we can support municipalities at the end of the day. I spoke on the litigation that we do support municipalities, but it will be on a merit basis and also the capability that we have. In terms then as to appear on behalf of municipalities, in terms of Chapter 9 institutions, I do not think that is something that falls within the mandate of SAHRC. Thank you. I don't know if Chair wants to come in.
Thanks, Chair. I think on the issue of the political will, that is the responsibility of us as councillors to take responsibility whatever that is happened, because us who have been voted by communities, we have no choice to not to do or not to do and when to do it. We cannot have fever in terms of delivering the complaints of the communities. The only thing that we agreed as the PEC that we need to have a system that coordinates complaints. We agreed that we need to have a nerve center that will coordinate all the complaints that are coming through, so that we can give feedback to communities and ensure that that person that complained is getting the response, whether it's negative or positive, as long there's a response on it, so that at the end of the day, the pressure that is coming from community to say we are not responding, at least we have a track of it to ensure that this complaint came on Monday, but on Tuesday or Wednesday we have responded, that we get the response, we're still processing it, so that it can go through to the person that is complaining. We take note on that pressure of us who are told that we are not delivering in terms of the complaints of the communities.
Thank you, Chair. Can we advise our complainants to refer the complaints to you now?
I think for now we are not at that stage to establish the center. But what we agreed that we need to have that complaint center that will manage all the complaints within the province of the municipality, so that no community can complain that this complaint that I raised that time up until today, there is no response of it.
I understand. Thank you. Commissioner Kwinana.
Thank you so much, Chair. Mine is how does SAHRC support municipalities in integrating employment creation and skills development into their IDP and local economic development strategies? .
'Cause 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 'c
especially when you have to take into account the presidential employment stimulus, as well as the expanded public works program. Maybe let me stop there. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I think I would want to start to say that what SAHRC has done is we have in the province we have a local economic development provincial forum where all of the LED practitioners form part thereof, and there is where we will discuss sort of your high-level aspects relating to the various plans that you need to have. In terms the support that we would also give around IDPs, we're not able to look at all 31 all at once, Commissioner. So we will have pre-listed municipalities, what we will call them. In the Northern Cape, for instance, we have one individual responsible for economic development, which is also tackling local economic development. She will then have about 3 municipalities where she will review the IDPs, in terms of even the provincial planning planning documentation that is there, the provincial planning architecture, to make sure that it's taken into consideration and to make sure that in that review certain norms and standards are built in. But that is what we do on a hands-on basis, and I say we call it pre-listed because it's identified municipalities maybe in terms of need. I'll make an example. When we look at the Northern Cape, you look at the Richtersveld municipality, there's a range of catalytic projects that is planned for that area. So that municipality will flag and we will say there we need to maybe come in and support around LED strategy and support around IDP because of the anticipated expansion in terms of population maybe that might come through the developments there. So that is what we will do, and then the general sort of support will come through the local economic development forum that we have at a provincial level, and they meet quarterly as twice a year, so to speak.
So may you then provide the data which I suppose it should speak to the unemployment of the youth, the gender, and persons with disabilities, and any other marginalized group. The Khoi and San, the complaint is that they are just not found. They have not been absorbed anywhere. So would you have that data that you can provide?
If I can respond, Commissioner, I think we can give you a bit more of that. We developed what we call municipal profiles, where we overlay certain data sets. It would relate to the population. It will also we even look at crime statistics. We would look at whatever data sets is available, and we would overlay it, to profile a particular municipality, and we will make sure that we can share that with you as well, Commissioner. We can do that.
Is that also perhaps speaking to your skills audit in the different municipalities, and also does it speak to how optimally you are using the different institutions like your TVET colleges, your CETA officers, in order to ensure that you capacitate the municipality? Because really, from what we have heard from the different municipalities, people are unemployed in the province. People are unable to pay their bills, for a simple reason that they don't have the money. But at the same time, it looks like the municipality themselves don't understand the pivotal role that they can play in ensuring that they capacitate this very community in order to alleviate poverty and also to mitigate issues around unemployment, especially of the youth. So do we have that information? Can that also be made available?
Yes, Commissioner, indeed, as I've said, the municipal profiles, what we have, it's for now it's the 5 districts where we overlay even Stats SA data, whatever data sets we get, we integrate that to create a particular municipal profile. As SAHRC, we are truly moving into data-driven, and we do want to make sure whatever we do, it's backed with data. So, Commissioner, we will make available those profiles via the administration. We'll make it available to you.
So as the chairperson said, we are about human rights. Now, the centered approach with regard to human rights by SAHRC, I haven't really heard you speaking to that. When one has regard to Section 9, which talks about the right to equality, Section 10, which talks about dignity, especially after the gentleman who was here who showed us that video, I don't think there's dignity there. neither equality exists where that is regard. And then you talk about unemployment, and there you'll have to look at Section 22, which talks to the freedom of trade and occupation. These are rights that are guaranteed in the Constitution. But what role is now SAHRC playing to ensure that this is realized for the communities in the Northern Cape? Do you have a plan? If you have not thought about it, is there at least a plan? Because I'm happy to hear that there's going to be a platform where we can even bring cases, you know. But is there a plan to mitigate these challenges? And these challenges, as you rightly pointed out, these are systemic. But not only that, they actually exist in all the provinces in the country. And of course, I think it should be talking to also women. It should be talking to persons with disabilities, you know, and any other marginalized group like your Korean son.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. I'll start with as we would call it, the special programs officers. That's what we normally find. These are the officials at the level of municipalities that work with your vulnerable groups, like your women, your children, and differently abled people. So what SAHRC is doing,
persons with disabilities. Just to correct them,
okay,
because we're going to have a backlash from persons with it. There'll be flooding complaints.
Okay,
so
persons with disability.
The terminology.
Okay.
Persons with disabilities.
Persons with disability. So what will happen is we will have they are also sort of coordinated by SAHRC. We've got a unit that is responsible for social cohesion and community safety, and also for vulnerable groups, as we call it. SAHRC has got SAHRC Women's Commission, SWC, which meets quarterly to focus on issues pertaining to women development and women empowerment in particular, and it straddles both your political as well as your administrative components. Then we have a SAHRC Youth Commission with a specific focus on councillors. I think we're looking at 40 and below. We know that we're looking at young people 35 and below, but there's a Youth Commission looking at youth issues, taking that out and elevating it, you know, onto the political agenda. I do want to come to the aspect of social cohesion. We also look a lot around social cohesion, and we have there are programs there too. We've got, if I can say, there's 14 working groups that SAHRC in the Northern Cape that is functioning, and those working groups have got certain focus areas. For instance, like we will call it your working group on social cohesion and a social security, a social protection. So there are plans there that we can share with you in terms of our annual performance plans. There's also the annual reports of SAHRC we can share with you, where we can show historically what we've done. But just to indicate that I think SAHRC, our existence is because we need to be responsive to the needs of our members. And the mere fact, Commissioners, that we're maintaining a rate of 67% of levy payment in our province indicates to us that, you know, the municipalities, there's a need or not a need, there's value in what we bring to the table in terms of what we bring, the plans that we bring, and also because those plans that we bring is not plans that are desktop studies. It's plans that is crafted in conjunction with our members. It is plans that is even the communities, and I want to make the point to say, even though communities do contact us, I can cite in JTG we had a situation of a community member. It's a community grouping coming from the traditional area that had challenges with Joe Modelong and the JTG municipality. We successfully convened that pressure group or concern group with the relevant mayors. It is ongoing discussions, but we've been able to unblock that, you know, and bring the two parties together. Sometimes what we find is that if there's just proper communication and open communication channels, a lot of the tension, a lot of the the mistrust won't be there, but it's because sometimes from a municipal space we're not responsive enough when it comes to that. We're not communicating enough, and maybe our channels of communication is not that effective. And we believe that if that can be, like fixed in a particular way, it can take us into a better platform. Thank you.
Thank you. And at that, I must say it's the truth. There's no meaningful communication in the province with your communities, or else they would not have complained the way that they did. There's something profound that the chairperson actually spoke to when he started ethics. And what I found with the different MMMs that have testified was that there is definitely a lacuna where that is concerned. So as SAHRC, what are you doing to ensure that you bring back the moral fiber of our communities when we have the previous gentleman who testified from his DWS says about 20 criminal cases have been opened, different municipalities. How are we making sure that we resuscitate that moral, good moral fiber of our society to ensure that whoever that even comes into the system. I had another inquiry chairperson just last week on Stelfontein, and the gentleman who testified for me, immigration officer, says that in fact, when you bring in the young people into the environment is already tainted. So they are not by no means going to be salvaged from the corruption that is already taking place. So what is it that you are doing? Is there a plan? And all the plans that you have now alluded to, if you can also share them. I know you said one successful story, but I would want to see more. When one has regard to the numbers in your province, we can't be talking about one person in whatever municipality that you have quoted and one person there. We need to do more. We need to do more, and I'm sure there's an opportunity for more. Thank you so much, Chair.
All right, thank you. Just a few last questions, just for purposes of our report, just to have a complete report. Chair and Provincial Head, you are obviously aware of the service delivery problems, challenges in the province. Have you reported these challenges to the legislature? And have you met with municipalities individually? Or this perception that SAHRC that consists of councillors will never name and shame and embarrass their colleagues in other municipalities. Is that perception correct? That you're aware of these challenges in municipalities, but you keep quiet. You would not go public and report these things to the legislature, SAHRC as an institution.
I think maybe if I can just also I just want to talk around ethics to indicate that there are indeed various programs on ethics that we roll out to our members. We have an MOU also with the Ethics Institute of South Africa, so we do refresher courses thereof. I think on the 29th, 30th of September, indeed, there was a course like that was run. So that is what we do, but full on ethics, there's a whole set of tools that we can roll out. Then you come to the legislature in particular. I think there is an existing memorandum of understanding that we have with the strengthen our oversight capability, and also have a situation like what you see at the national legislature, that even though vote basis might be different, but SAHRC would be afforded opportunity maybe to participate in some of the debates of the NCOP, because we believe that through that you're strengthening accountability. I would want to we represent SAHRC municipalities, and we would in terms of reporting to the legislature, I think for us is we're not in the punitive space when it comes to municipalities. I think that is not where we would make sure that we strengthen our municipalities to the best of our ability, but we are a members-based organization, and I think that is where we take our cue from to indicate, and I think I would leave it to the chair, but to say, with us in the office, even how we execute our duties, there's no favoritism. We do what we have to do. And if we need to give advice, if it's not, we don't give advice that we think municipalities want to hear. We give advice according to what the prescripts of the law is stating, because we know our advice must be able to withstand the test of our constitutional framework and even the legislative, documentation, to pertaining to the sector. As I think as SAHRC, we hold our advice in very high esteem, and it underpins, it underpins the credibility of what we bring. That is why the members trust us. So we're not in a favor game, Commissioner. I can state that categorically.
But do the communities, the residents, the South African citizens, do they trust SAHRC? Your members do, and I understand, because you protect them. They pay your membership fees. But the public in general, do they trust SAHRC?
Thanks, Chair. I think in the space of local government, I think other community members does not understand the role of SAHRC. So in that form, it will be very difficult to say that they trust or not trust, because others did not even test the issue of consulting SAHRC when there are issues that are pertaining to their municipality.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. All right, just a recommendation is for you to consider. We are of the view that municipalities should be trained or be made familiar with the use of emergency procurement. We know, and the Auditor General is in attendance, and all of them want to eventually in this province achieve at least an unqualified audit opinion. But there is a provision that you can procure in cases of emergency, not urgency, because many municipalities use the word emergency because they just want to procure urgently. But we feel that municipalities should also be trained on emergency procurement, especially where there are visible human rights violations like sewage spillages, especially in Salt Plaatjie. We don't want to listen to excuses that, hey, I now need to go through the BEs, through the bid evaluation committee and the bid adjudication committee, etc., and that's going to take another 3 months. In the meantime, that poor gentleman needs to live in that environment. Also, the different modes of service delivery and local disasters. I think that it's also important to train municipalities on those aspects. And then, in conclusion, Chair, but this is directed to the provincial head, we would just like you to submit to Mr. Weingaard the following documentation as agreed already, but I just want to place it on record. Detailed information on directives, notices and criminal cases. No, sorry, apologies, sorry, it's water and sanitation. Hey, it's only 3 in your case. I'm not wearing my reading glasses. Submission made on the review of the equitable share, the submission that you've made. Then the legacy report as well that you've already agreed to submit. And then share data on the municipal profiles which cover local economic development. The municipal profiles which cover local economic development. And then obviously yeah, if SAHRC could consider some of the inputs we have made with regards to service delivery and the challenges and so on. I know you are not blind to it. I know you are not oblivious to it. And I know your hands are tied, but we all need to take hands. We need to take, and that is why I don't want to fight with Coxta, and I don't want to fight with the Auditor General and with the DWS. We have cordial relationships with them all. But something needs to be done, honestly, especially when there are serious human rights violations. And we rely on SAHRC to a certain extent. You're a responsible councillor, chairperson. You're a responsible leader. That's why you were elected by the Provincial Executive Committee to be the chair. Please take the lead. Please deal with this dysfunctionality in local government in this province. From my side, I am going to irritate the legislature, the provincial departments, the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces. You will read about me in newspapers and you will see me on television criticizing the state of local government service delivery in the Northern Cape. And it's not because I'm arrogant. It's because I've been appointed by Parliament and the President to make sure that human rights violations get addressed in all the provinces. We need to do that. We simply cannot allow this state of affairs, especially not in the capital city of the Northern Cape. It is just mind-blowing what is going on in Solplaatje. And all of you live here. You all live here. That is what is so sad. The Premier lives in Solplaatje. That is what is so sad. It's heartbreaking what is going on here. Do we really care about that gentleman who was here? And if you say yes, I beg to differ. I don't think you care. And I'm referring to the political office bearers in this province. I don't think you care. And I welcome you to convince me otherwise. On that note, is that the last respondent? Right. On that note, allow me just to would you like to say last thing, Chair? Sorry.
Yes.
Please do. Please do.
I think as the province, we are committed to improve and make sure that communities' issues have been getting attention and be attended. If there is a matter that you need to say that this thing that you have complained about, we can't do it. Just be honest. So that at the end of the day, the person will go from you knowing that the reason why the issue cannot be attended. And as the province, we are putting to the commission, whilst we are going to the local government review of the local government white paper, we are pledging the support from your side to consider the issue of us be able to retain skilled people by ensuring that a municipal manager of Gauteng and the municipal manager of Qais are doing the same responsibility. But how they are being remunerated, it's where, as the province, we won't be able to retain skilled individuals. Every official can go and work everywhere, only if that process. A person will come in the province, just take experience, and then he will leave. Number two, the issue of getting more funds, it will mean, if we cannot address that one, it will mean we will still, in the province, will still experience the same problems that we are currently faced, that where you see that a lot of vacancies that we are having in the province, based on what we are experiencing in the province. The last one is the issue of where ESCOM is servicing the municipality in terms of electricity. when we enforce our credit control, we can do it in our side as the municipality, but on the side of ESCOM, there is no cooperation. On that, it also have its own negative impact on how we collect our revenue as the municipality. On those two matters, I think that will make the province proud on taking them with the necessary consideration going forward. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair, for those wise words. We agree with you. The funding model needs to be revisited. Municipalities cannot operate without funds. We agree, but there should also be proper checks and balances in place, because we've also seen what municipalities can do once they have money. You know, they just procure water tankering and they pay exorbitant fees for a service they can provide. All right, Commissioner Kwinana, once again, thank you very much for participating and giving guidance and leading this process. Also, Mr. Weingart, your participation today, you are not on, you can talk to me afterwards. All right, you're not sitting there at the moment. Sorry, HOD. Thank you to everyone, to the support staff, the PM in his in absentia, also to you, Mr. Majosi, Advocate Mojapelo, the support staff sitting here, everyone in attendance, the AG, Mr. Baloy, for your participation, always being available to participate in the activities of the Commission. I've never heard of you ever having an excuse, not like municipal managers. Please help me with this one. Provincial head. I'm going to subpoena how many municipal managers? Is it 3 now or 4? 3 now. I want you to please phone these municipal managers and indicate if they do not attend the Uppington session because in their wisdom, or should I rather say lack of wisdom, they decided not to come here and they sent other officials who could not respond to our questions. So I'm going to subpoena them to appear before us in Uppington. The Act is very clear. If they don't appear, I'm going to open criminal cases against those 3 municipal managers. And perhaps, Mr. Weingart, if you could, for the other municipal managers who are supposed to appear in Uppington, also provide the information with the provincial head, so that we don't have similar challenges in Uppington. All of them must be in attendance, otherwise we're just going to open criminal cases. Our Act is clear. I cannot deviate from the provisions of the Human Rights Commission Act. All right, thank you once again to you, Salga. Chair, it's a privilege to have the chairperson of Salga attending this meeting. You could have sent the acting head and the provincial head, and I would have accepted the delegation. You decided to come. You are serious about local government in the province. It's clear. We appreciate your attendance, and then to everyone else in attendance. Much appreciated. This session is adjourned, but we will continue in Uppington a week and a half from now. I will then deliver my closing remarks. Thank you so much. You are all invited to have lunch with us.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch is served at the restaurant. Thank you.